What is going on, guys? Thank you so very much for joining us right here on Tuesday night. It is Tuesday Night Titans, episode 108 for your Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. I am your host, JD from New York, as always, joined by the one and only, the Solid Monster. What's going on, brother?
How are you doing on this fine Tuesday evening?
I don't know, man. It feels like fall outside. What happened to the weather?
I love it.
Me too.
I love it. It was actually a beautiful day outside today. It wasn't too hot. It wasn't muggy. It wasn't. I mean, the weather we've had this summer is ridiculous. So if we have weather like this for the remainder of the summer, that's okay with me.
Yeah, I'm not complaining either. Hoodie weather is on the way, and pumpkin beer is on the way. I can't wait myself.
Pumpkin beer, Halloween.
Yeah.
All things scary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Quick shout out here. Uncle Dave in the chat. JD and Solid Monster, can you guys shout out my little girl? She turns 1 year old today. Uncle Dave, happy birthday to your little one, brother. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, happy birthday to her. One year old.
Yeah.
How about that?
1 year old.
1 year old, and what about 99 more to go?
Hopefully. I hope we both live to that age.
All the best, man. All the best. Health and happiness. That's what it's all about.
I don't know if I'll be doing this show into my 90s. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see how things go.
Welcome to Tuesday Night Titans, everybody. Can you hear this? Can you hear me?
It's exactly what the fucking people fucking 80 years from now. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine? Anyway.
That'll be you. I mean, I'll sound like myself, but that'll be you, so.
Oh, you're going to sound just exactly the way you are now at 80 years old, 9 years old.
Oh, sure. Yeah. It's all about how you take care of yourself. You don't let your blood pressure go too high. All these things are very important.
Oh. Are you saying I have high blood pressure?
Sometimes you do. Yeah. Sometimes you do. I get a little worried.
I know. Me too. It's all right. None of that happens on this show. It depends on the topic, but we will definitely get into a variety of things this week. We got Forbidden Door this weekend. I'm looking at the card, and I'm already exhausted just looking at this match card for Forbidden Door on Sunday. But luckily, it's a 3 p.m. start time. So we will be live, hopefully, on our post shows at 8 p.m., maybe.
Well, I think it's a 1 p.m. start time.
They moved it back. Did they?
They moved it. I believe the pre-show starts at 11 a.m.
Get out of here.
And the main double check. I'm pretty sure the main card begins at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Chat, you got to help me out here. I had no idea. I'm thinking 3 p.m. Uh-oh. That changes my weekend plans.
Well, let's confirm this here.
Let's see. Hold on.
Forbidden Door.
Yes, Jason is correct. 1 p.m. start time. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
There you go.
Okay. All right, we'll be live at 6 p.m., hopefully. 6:30, somewhere around there. Forbidden Door is this weekend. We'll definitely go over a little preview and predictions. We'll talk about what I thought was a very mind-numbingly just bizarre Dynamite. We'll get into that. We got Danhausen news. Apparently, he is right now in possession of the key to Khantanamo Bay. He's not going anywhere. We'll talk about him. We got Ace.
I was going to say he's Frozenhausen
right
now.
Yes, he's very much Frozenhausen. Ace Austin debuted with AEW. That is a very nice pickup for them. Hopefully he can make some sort of an impact over there, no pun intended. So we'll talk about that. We got news on the TNA. Obviously, the big news this week was the TNA TV rights deal and that discussion possibly going head-to-head with Dynamite on Wednesday as WWE is pushing TNA to move from Thursday to Wednesday. And then all of this is on top of all the counter-programming with this September 20th PLE that WWE right now has still not named. I know there was Bad Blood rumors and Over the Limit rumors, and now we got something from WrestleVotes where they may be reviving an old ECW pay-per-view, which...
I have a feeling that this announcement is probably coming tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought it was coming today, honestly.
I think it might be coming tomorrow, so either way, we're not going to have to wait that much longer.
No, so we'll talk about that, and WWE with the cherry on top of their petty bullshit cake. They feel like they may end up on ESPN much sooner rather than later. So this might be a little test run for them with this Brock Lesnar and John Cena main event on ESPN. We'll talk about that, and we'll get into everything else this week. We'll break down Monday Night Raw, and we'll talk a little bit about Naomi and her major announcement last night where she said that her and Big Jim are welcoming a child, and she vacated the WWE Women's World Championship. So we'll definitely talk about that. And we'll have a great show tonight, guys. So thank you very much. Super chats are open. Could be like Zeno Zero, who just comes in here with a $20 super chat. Super chats are open. They will be open for the remainder of the show. As always, you guys want to get in your jokes, questions, comments, and concerns, you guys can do that. And we'll sit down with our beverages at the end of the show. Hit that thumbs up. 1,000 likes is the goal every single week. It is not a problem on any given week, so please do that. And if you guys want to find out where Jason is on social media and on YouTube, everything you need for him is down in the description, as always, of this very video. You know, we were talking about horror movies because Jason went down a deep dive of horror movies this past week, caught up on some films, and then I was curious to know if he had seen this trailer that I caught for the first time yesterday, and I wonder if the fine viewers in the chat had seen this or know what I'm talking about. The movie's called Good Boy. It is a paranormal activity type movie, but in the POV of a dog, and it is trying to figure out what's going on in his owner's home as his owner is succumbed to evil spirits and entities. And, you know, it just takes you throughout the entire movie of the POV of the dog, and he goes through all these different situations with entities and dark spirits in the house. It looks really fucking good because, you know, I love that type of horror movie, especially, you know, where it's not overproduced and it just seems a little bit more reality based. I'm a big paranormal guy, so I was talking to Jason about it in the sound check, and I told him, and I don't know how you guys feel in the chat, I cannot watch that movie. I very much want to see it. I cannot watch the movie unless I know the dog lives. So I don't know what's going to go on there, but that's coming out in October. So Jason said roughly the same thing, right? I don't know if that movie is going to be for either one of us because of our love for the furry ones.
Yeah, I mean, again, I even stayed away from some of the classics, you know, like Pet Sematary and, you know, Cujo and stuff like that. So I could be tempted to see it, but my first inkling is probably not, because I just feel like it's being described as a heartbreaking movie. And so, you know, heartbreaking movie. It's about a dog. There's a lot of scary shit that happens. You know, I could see it being one of those movies that I just walk out of and I'm just, you know, depressed for the rest of the month. So it just depends what mood I'm in if I feel like seeing it. But we'll see. I guess when the reviews start coming in, we'll see how other people feel about it.
Yeah, I'm not a big horror movie buff. I was telling Jason also in the sound check, the last horror movie that I actually watched from beginning to end was the first ever Paranormal Activity. I don't think I've ever watched another horror movie since. I did not sleep for 4 days watching that movie. I was legitimately, it wasn't like I was scared watching it. It was like the aftermath of the movie. It's like every creak and fucking crack in the house. What's that? Who's here? Is there anybody here? And I got ghost equipment too in the house. So, you know, back when I lived in Jersey for the first time, you know, I met up with some people that were kind of in the same hobby or the same genre, and like I bought some paranormal. What happened?
Like ghost hunters?
Yes.
Like in that realm of.
Yes, I've caught spirits, voices, and I've felt things, and things have happened. I very much believe in that thing. Jason laughs at me every time because he was over the house a couple of times and I had Ghost Adventures on. He's like, "What the fuck is this shit, man? You believe in this shit?" Yes, I do. I didn't sleep for 4 days watching that movie. So,
well, you know what though? Like, I feel so you've never watched like any vampire movies or anything like that?
It depends on which one. Like lately, no, I haven't really dove into horror movies. No.
All right, because what I will say is, like last week, I caught up on Sinners, which everybody was talking about Sinners. So it came out months ago, I think April. So I finally got around to seeing it, and it was really good. And I don't think it's the kind of movie that would really bother you. I think you would enjoy that. And the movie I just saw in the theater on Thursday, I think you would be. I think you would enjoy it if you saw it. It's a horror movie, but it's not like super scary, deep horror. There's actually some humor in it, which is that movie Weapons.
Oh, yeah, I definitely want to see that.
Yes. So again, it's a horror movie, but not the kind that I think you would, you know, kind of look at me and go, "Fuck you for telling me to go see it." Like I think you would enjoy it. So those two I watched last week. I give them both a thumbs up. On the other hand, I saw a movie last week called In a Violent Nature. That's probably not for you. I'm gonna say avoid that one. But it was an interesting point of view because it's from the point of view of the killer. So it's a slasher movie, like a Friday the 13th type, but it's from the perspective of the killer. So the concept was it came out last year. The concept was very interesting to me. So I watched it, and if you enjoy it, the way I would describe it is this. If you were watching a Jason Voorhees Friday the 13th film, and the camera was following him just aimlessly walking through the woods and the fields for minutes at a time, you get a lot of that in the movie.
Oh.
But some of the kills are very, very brutal. So anybody who's into, slasher genre, if you've never seen that one, that's one I would recommend. And then the only other one I would mention is on that note, last week, I don't know if you heard about this, but they came out with a short film for.
I did hear about it. I figured you watched that.
Yeah. Oh, well, of course. I mean, it's basically a Friday the 13th film, but it's like 15 minutes long. It was released on YouTube. It's called Sweet Revenge. There have not been any new Friday movies in 16 years. It's just, for years it was held up in like litigation, who owns the rights, and I don't even know who owns the rights anymore, but it's been so long. So I heard about this and I said, I got to watch this. And people were like, it's just going to be one big commercial. It's got a sponsorship in there for Angry Orchard. And honestly, it kept to a minimum. And I watched it, and I enjoyed it for what it was. And I have no idea when or if we are ever going to get another Jason movie. So I'm like, you know what? For these 15 minutes, I'll enjoy it for what it is. So if anybody wants to check that out, it's up for free on YouTube right now.
It is the season, man. All that stuff's going to be coming out. They got a new Conjuring movie coming out too. It's crazy. So yeah, a good boy. If you guys don't know about it, check the trailer out. It's really gripping, and I very much want to see that. So hopefully we'll get a little mini review, and the dog lives, so I could go watch this thing.
Super dog.
Yeah. Anyway, man, we got a lot to talk about. I usually pass it off to you. Guide us. Where are we going? What do you want to talk about?
Let's start with the big announcement last night. Let's talk about Naomi and the women's championship. I don't know if you checked out the bonus podcast with Stephanie after Raw went off the air, where they were interviewed. Her and Jimmy were interviewed by Stephanie.
I did not. I got a transcript, and I read the transcript instead of watching it. But I got the gist of what they were saying, and there was news on that. I actually did go over the news article on my show last night. There was a lot of information that they revealed in regards to them sharing their story. And we'll definitely get into that. I kind of figured what we were going to get last night, Jason, was exactly what we got last night. Naomi put her own little spin on it. She definitely was mostly in character outside of the real emotional parts of the segment where she was crying. And, I love what she did with Adam Pearce. And she cursed on air, which was great, and just kind of goes in line with Naomi's character. I never felt so happy and so sad at the same time. Happy because she's fucking great, and I love her, and I'm happy for both of them. Sad because she's legitimately doing the best work of her career. And they gave her the championship. Looking back at it, I'm glad that they did give her the opportunity to hold the championship and trust her enough to hold the championship. But this is a different WWE run by Triple H for more reasons than one. Back in the Vince McMahon era, I know a lot of us have looked at it as you can't let your spot go. If something happens like this, or you get injured, or one of the women get pregnant and they're off TV for 9 months, are they going to come back and resume where they left off? More than likely not, unless you're like a Becky Lynch or a Charlotte Flair. If Naomi had this happen during the Vince McMahon administration, who knows what would have happened. I'm pretty confident that when she gets back to television, that she'll pick up the pieces exactly where she left them last night on Monday Night Raw. And she documented that Triple H and the environment in WWE, not only with the roster depth, she doesn't feel guilty about leaving and going away for 9 months because the roster is absolutely fucking loaded. But everybody there has been so supportive of this decision. And I couldn't be happier and sad at the same time. Like I said, happy because I'm happy for them, but man, she was killing it. And I truly do hope that when she gets back, we see an even better Naomi. I thought last night was great.
Yeah, I thought the way they handled it was great. I thought that she was trying very hard to stick to being a heel. The fans, obviously, they weren't going to treat her as one, so they treated her like a total babyface, obviously. But I loved, look, she put the entire division on notice, and she said that they should all be thanking Big Jim, because otherwise she would have dominated for the next year. And she said, look, you've got 9 months and some change until I get back. And, if I have to come back with my baby in my arms, that's what I'll do. So she was doing the best, like, character work of her career. And it felt like she was really just now starting to kind of find her groove. And the big blow as far as, the television show and the roster is that when Liv Morgan went down with an injury, she was the top female heel on Raw. And so they moved Naomi over, and Naomi basically took Liv Morgan's spot as the top heel in the division. Now Naomi is gone. So it opens up a void now in that Raw women's division where they don't really have that top heel. So, it's an opportunity for somebody to step up or be plugged in there and basically take that spot, which is up for grabs again. And then, of course, you get into the questions of what are they going to do with the championship. As far as Naomi, obviously, I'm very happy for her. She's talked publicly in the past about wanting to start a family, and she was, I'm 37 years old, and, it's kind of like my clock is ticking, and how do you balance that with your career? So obviously, for her and for them, this is great news, but I'm sure it's bittersweet because she realizes, shit, I finally had the opportunity to be in this spot, that I've wanted to be in, where I'm the focal point, and I'm getting to do this heel character on TV, and now it all goes away, but for the best possible reason. It does open up now the question of what are they going to do with the Women's World Championship. They didn't make that announcement last night. Michael Cole said they'll make an announcement next week, which they have to, because the Sunday after that is Clash in Paris. And Stephanie Vicaire is obviously guaranteed a championship match. The only question is now, does that change? Are they going to turn it into a multi-person match? And from my perspective, you don't have to do that. Like, for me, the solution is very simple. Stephanie is owed a title match. She's going to get her title match. Io Sky was supposed to get a title match. She didn't get her title match. You do Io against Stephanie. Like, that's the easiest thing to do. If they wanted to add somebody else to the match, maybe they want to try to protect the two of them from having to take the losing fall, you could throw Roxanne Perez in there because Roxanne pinned Io on TV last week. So then it would at least make sense if she said, hey, Adam, I should be in the match. I pinned Io. I should be in there. It's one of those two things. I just don't see the need to have like a fatal four-way or a six-pack challenge, or I know they're going to be very tempted to want to get Rhea Ripley on that show, but and then there's the question of, did they already have a match planned that they haven't announced yet with, Rhea and Io against Asuka and Kairi? That's also a possibility, but that's the solution to me. You don't have to reinvent the wheel on this. You do Io and Stephanie, and then you go from there. And I have my thoughts on who should win and then where to go from there.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't, honestly, you brought that up. I didn't even touch upon that last night. I completely forgot that Io was all the championship match against Naomi because she was off last week's show. That makes the most sense. Will WWE take the simpler route and the most easiest route? Probably not. I would listen, Io and Stephanie, I mean, you could inject that shit into anybody in this chat's veins. I mean, that's going to be a banger match no matter how you look at it. But they've been building Rhea and Io and Asuka and Kairi up. They could obviously save that for Monday Night Raw following Clash in Paris. They could save that for Perth. They don't necessarily need to do that in Paris. If we're going to talk Stephanie and Io, I think the choice is very simple. I think it's way too soon to give it to Stephanie. She's not really established yet, even though she kind of is through social media outlets. She's got a huge presence on social media. Everything that she posts just goes fucking viral with the minute she posts. For
obvious reasons.
Yes, for obvious reasons. Yes, I know. But she hasn't really been a focus on the show. She hasn't been on the show. I don't think the last time she wrestled, I think she was in a 6-woman tag team match with Nikki Bella and Rhea Ripley. So she hasn't even been on the show for creative
Weeks.
to get her in front of the audience so that people can kind of resonate with her. So if you're going to choose one or the other, I'm going Io, obviously, because Io, I think in every circle, everybody's opinion, she's probably the best pound for pound male or female wrestler in that company.
Yeah. And so to that point, you do Io and Stephanie. I also would put the title back on Io, but only for a short period of time, because then you have Perth coming up.
Yeah.
And so it kind of ties into this perfectly, because you can do, and I know they did it already, but so what? They had a great fucking match. you run back Io and Rhea in Perth, and you've got this added story of Io constantly taunting her and saying, "You've never beaten me, and you never will." And so you can kind of build it around that. And I know some people are not going to want to hear this, but putting the title on Rhea in Perth seems to be the logical direction. And here's why I like that. I agree that it's too early, I think, to put the title on Stephanie. But if you put the title on Rhea in October, that gives you plenty of time. She gets, to run with it for a few months, and you build to Rhea and Stephanie early next year. Presumably at WrestleMania, but, it doesn't have to be WrestleMania. But to me, that's a WrestleMania match. And you build to Rhea and Stephanie. Let Stephanie beat Rhea and take the belt off her.
I agree.
It'll mean so much more. It'll be such a big match. You build it up some more. You could have Stephanie win the Chamber or the Women's Rumble. So I like that idea. And I know some people are going to, poo-poo the idea, Rhea Ripley again with the title. Well, yeah, she's the most popular woman in the entire division, Raw or SmackDown. And if you don't put the title on her, she has to be in a prominent position on the show. Me personally, I like the idea, given that she's the top star, of having somebody like Stephanie go on to beat her because it will elevate her that much more. So I like that idea.
Yeah, I mean, if that's their goal, it should be their goal to build Stephanie up as basically an equal to Rhea on Monday night. That's the way to do it. I said last night, just a kind of a hot take topic. I said let's move away from Io and Rhea because they're just two obvious choices, and let's put the belt on Roxanne Perez. I don't know how you feel about that. I mean, that may be too early too, and she's just establishing herself, and she's fucking killed it and everything that they've given her. I think her included in the Judgment Day is really working out very well, not only for her but for Raquel Rodriguez as well. And I said, put the belt on Roxanne and Liv when she comes back. You got a ready-made feud right there. I don't know if that necessarily needs the women's championship and how they're going to tell that story, but I mean, I could say it now. It's not like it's never going to happen. Roxanne's going to be a women's world champion on that show. It just may be too soon. But I did say that as a hot take topic last night.
Yeah, I don't think it needs the title. I really don't. Like, let's say Liv is able to come back in time for the Rumble, and she was, to win the Rumble. I don't know. I mean, Liv and Roxanne is a WrestleMania match. To me, they're going to want to do a bigger match than that, as far as the championship goes.
Yeah.
So I really don't think it needs the title. I think you can have that. That's a really good, solid non-title women's feud for them to build around once Liv is able to come back. And again, then you have Rhea and Stephanie or somebody else involved in the title picture. So I think things will work out okay because especially on the Raw side, they have the talent there that they can, plug in, and I think they'll be okay. But I don't hate the idea of Roxanne eventually getting the belt. I wouldn't do it in this situation.
Yeah, so that was the big topic of discussion last night. Naomi vacated the championship, and we're going into Paris now. Hopefully, we find out next week when Monday night is in Birmingham, England, where we go with the women's championship. Outside that, I thought Monday Night Raw was okay. These shows are not blowing me away every single week. I think WWE has settled into this I don't know what you call it, this safe zone. They settled into what they usually do on Monday night, and they don't stray from that. I know we talked about it last week. I think we both talked about it individually as well. You really brought it up and mentioned every match over the last 4 weeks that ended in a DQ. We talked about CM Punk, and that gauntlet match was the last time we had a clean finish. And that was on the way to SummerSlam, where he won the #1 contendership to wrestle Gunther in the main event of night one. We haven't gotten a clean win since then. And then last night, they kind of threw it in everybody's face. All right, you're fucking complaining about our DQ finishes. We'll give you no DQ, and we'll just have it happen the same way, but it's all legal this time. So I don't know if you talked about that last night or how you felt about that. What did you think of that Extreme Rules match with Jey Uso and Braun Breaker?
I thought it was a good match. I mean, the best parts of the show were the last two segments. It was first of all, the Naomi segment was the best part of Raw.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed that segment. The main event was good. And even the Io match, Io had a match with Raquel. That was a good match too. The rest of the show was just there. It really was. I mean, it's almost to the point where it's getting to be as lifeless as SmackDown. Although not quite as bad, but it's getting there. And like you said, it feels like they're in their safe zone. They have, they're in their comfort zone. They give you, what they need to give you, and they don't really stray from that. I made the point of my review last night. I go, what happened to like that great feud that we had on Raw last year with Bronson Reed and Braun Strowman?
Yeah.
Where they were giving us these segments and like the parking lot segment. Remember where Reed did the splash off the concrete wall onto Strowman on the car, and then the next week it was something else. It was like Monster Madness every week. And they were thinking outside the box and giving us some really exciting, creative segments with those two. And those are the segments that really got Reed over at the level that he's at now. They don't do stuff like that anymore. Like, what happened to that? Why can't we have more stuff like, I'm not saying parking lot segment. I'm just saying like thinking outside the box and doing stuff that you ordinarily would not see to make these shows more exciting and inject some life into them instead of doing the same shit with the same people every single week.
Well, I mean,
that's what this show is missing.
You would think that Sheamus and Rusev would be doing that. They got it right there with those two guys. I mean, it would kind of be similar to Reed and Strowman.
It would be. And look, I loved when they made the announcement last night that they're actually going to get a PLE match.
Crazy.
I saw somebody make the point that Sheamus has not had a singles match on a PLE since the Clash at the Castle match with Gunther. Like, think about that.
Holy shit. That's a long time.
That's 3 years ago, okay? 3 years ago. Now, I think he had the triple threat with Drew and with Gunther, but like, I guess a straight one-on-one match, I was trying to think, I think they may be right. That's crazy to me. Now, I joked, only half joked in my review many weeks ago when they first started doing the matches with them. This is probably going to end in a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match, right? And so we got the announcement last night. That's exactly what it's going to be. What they could have done is they could have done a Falls Count Anywhere match, because remember last week or 2 weeks ago, they were brawling all over the building. Do a Falls Count Anywhere match, follow them around, and have some fun with it, and really have them go all over the place. Maybe even go outside the building and then brawl back into the building. Stuff like that. They don't do enough of that on these shows. So you're right. Those two would have been perfect to put in a match like that and do it. I guess that would have been a Raw match, but they'll do the Donnybrook match on a PLE. And let me ask you, how different is that going to be from any other Extreme Rules type WWE match? You'll have barrels at ringside, but other than that, is it going to be any different than every other quote unquote hardcore match that WWE does?
No, outside a more lively crowd in France, no.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of a missed opportunity there, but that's what I would like to see them do. Whether it's a Falls Count Anywhere type match between two people, or it could be any number of things, but just do stuff that isn't the same every single week. There's a sameness to these shows, and that's what is just an absolute killer. So I was thinking about that Reed and Strowman stuff and saying, man, that's something that we need to get back on Raw.
Yeah, I agree. The sameness to the show is absolutely sad. I said this last night. Like, the way the show opens up every single week, they would benefit to doing something else than the Vision opening the show, or some Heyman and Braun Breaker, or Heyman, Reed and Breaker, and then Rollins is out there. It's always the same shit. And then last night we got the same thing where he just goes over Braun Breaker's the future of WrestleMania, and Bronson Reed's the Shula Fala, and I'm like, bro, please.
Well, I thought you were gonna say starting the show out the same way every week. With them arriving at the arena, which they do. They did that with Triple Mania. They did that with Triple Mania now too. So they're doing it with AAA. Here comes everybody into the arena. We're
not gonna change AAA, but I mean, look at that. You already changed something.
Yeah, that's one of those things that's seeping in there that you could see. But yeah, and I get it. You want Heyman on the mic. It's Philadelphia, and he did a little ECW homage. Like, that was cool. But yeah, again, the Vision comes out. And, ladies and gentlemen, and, he builds up this guy, and it's the same shit every single week.
What is their purpose now? Have you asked yourself the question of he won the world championship. What is next? Like, what is their mission statement now?
To maintain the championship and get more gold, I assume, around the waist of Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed.
So tell us. They haven't even said that. Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed going after the tag team titles, Braun Breaker going after the IC title, something. Like, I don't even know what their mission statement is. What's their mission statement? Vanquish Roman Reigns? Take out LA Knight and CM Punk?
Well, besides that, though, I mean, their mission statement is to, as I think Rollins said 2 weeks ago, we have all the power now, right? They have all the power. So that's it. They have the power. Now they want to maintain their hold on power. Now, what power this is, I don't know. They don't have the power to make matches. They don't have the power. Like, what this power gives them, I'm not quite sure.
There's only a 3-man group. What power do they have?
Beats the hell out of me. I mean, they don't really do a good job of articulating that. So, and then Rollins coming out there last night looking like my grandmother's fucking garden. I mean, that doesn't help. I mean, what the hell is that about?
Yeah, that was a hideous outfit. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So, I mean, that's just Monday Night Raw. SmackDown is no worse. I don't even think we're going to talk about SmackDown. I don't even remember what happened.
Awful.
It's fucking terrible.
SmackDown is an awful show. And what I think the most egregious thing is right now, and we'll talk, I guess, briefly about this, but we're talking about all the options they have on the Raw side when it comes to the women's division. The women's championship picture on SmackDown right now is dire. Like, it's bad. And I'm talking world and US titles. Like, I don't even think Julia was on the show this week, but Kiana James was. Which begs the question, who are they exactly trying to get over more with that pairing? But like Tiffany Stratton's in a backstage segment and she's arguing with Jade, and it's like, okay, I figured they were going to rematch them probably. And then Nia Jax walks in, and now they're teasing another Tiffany Stratton Nia Jax match, and it's like we're going backwards. I'm like, why are we going back to this? Did we not already blow this off in that last woman standing match a month and a half ago? And Nia's been on NXT the last few weeks, and now she's teasing another match with Tiffany Stratton. Why?
Brian James got promoted to head writer, right?
I've been told. No, I love people were mentioning that Triple H was on vacation because photos leaked of him and Stephanie in Greece, and they were on vacation. So it's, Road Dogg is the head writer. Triple H was away. As if he doesn't have any communication with these people or any role in these shows, even when he's physically
As the fucking geeks on social media dissected that fucking photo pixel by pixel. He's wearing the same shorts he wore 20 years ago, man. Like, who gives a fuck?
Well, you know what? I didn't even notice it at first, but somebody pointed out the, I don't know if it's the defibrillator or whatever it is in his chest. Did you see that?
No, bro, I didn't examine those photos, man. He looks good for 56 years old.
No, he does. I'm just saying I didn't realize you see the outline of the device. That's implanted.
No, I didn't see that. No.
Yeah, in his chest, you could see it's like a cell phone. Like it has that shape. So that I noticed. But yeah, beyond that, I don't give a shit what he's wearing or what he's doing. He's on vacation. Good for him. But he doesn't escape responsibility for how awful these shows have been.
No, he may be 5 or 6 hours ahead, whatever Greece time is. But a simple Zoom call could be, happening in the wee hours of Greece morning. So it doesn't really matter. Like he's the one in charge of the show.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad. And it doesn't help that they have been, like this week, a lot of big names weren't there. Cody wasn't there. Cena wasn't there. Brock, we're not even going to see Brock until the middle of next month. He hasn't been seen since SummerSlam.
How sad is it that everybody complained that Brock is back, but the little excitement that we will get on Friday night is when Brock returns? Funny how that works out that way, right?
Well, I think it's put that on them. That's their fault that they can't generate interest in some other way. So you got Drew McIntyre out there cutting promos on Cody, who's not there because he's filming Street Fighter.
Yeah, but the thing with that is it's so fucking. I love Drew McIntyre. I think anytime he's on the show is better. Love Cody. I'm happy he's got a second run as champion, but I think the one problem here is that everything is just so fucking predictable. Does anybody believe that Drew McIntyre is actually going to beat Cody Rhodes in his first attempt at the WWE title? Even if it goes 3 matches, is he going to win the WWE title? I'd like to see them throw a wrench into the system, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Does anybody believe Seth Rollins is going to lose the 4-way for the World Heavyweight Championship?
Again, same problem.
There you go.
I don't know. Something needs to, I don't know what happened. I don't know why their creativity went out the window. I don't know if they're saving it all for Unreal Season 2. I don't know what the fuck the problem is, but none of this shit is exciting. And it's just the same shit every single week. Vision, the Bloodline, MFTs, whatever the fuck, whatever the fucking garbage. I mean, we got Sami Zayn. Bro, did you, I know you had to mention this. I was tipped off on this, and I was wondering if you had spoken on it. Sami Zayn, remember when Sami Zayn and Seth Rollins were on Monday Night Raw a few months back, and Paul Heyman sat down with Sami Zayn? Yeah, you could go over to SmackDown. As long as you get out of our way, we'll promise you a World Championship match. He didn't take the offer, and he opted to stay and fight Seth Rollins. Now he gets drafted over, I guess traded or whatever the case may be, to SmackDown, and now he's going after the United States Championship. Doesn't that sound like a better deal to take a WWE Championship match instead of just get traded over there for a United States title match against Solo Sikoa? Did they completely forget about that?
Apparently, but like I didn't mention it, but the way I rationalize it is this, because I feel like there is a way that you could explain it, which is that Sami Zayn doesn't want to be given an ultimatum by anybody. He doesn't want to be told, hey, you should do this, and we'll promise you this, or we'll guarantee you that, right? Because but he even said in his promo when he showed up on SmackDown, he said, I got to thank you, Solo, because I've been so hung up on being the world champion. I know I could be the world champion that, you costing me potentially a world title match when they interfered in his match with Rusev, it woke me up to the idea that there are other goals and other championships that I haven't won yet. So they kind of sort of addressed it in the promo, so it didn't bother me that much. Is it a little goofy? Sure. But there are other examples that are far worse than that when they just sort of ignore certain things. I appreciate the fact that Sami Zayn at least was officially moved to SmackDown instead of him just showing up every single week on SmackDown, wrestling for a SmackDown title, even though he's on Raw. So now he's officially on SmackDown. And then I have people telling me that now apparently they have officially moved LA Knight to Raw because he's wrestling for the World Heavyweight Championship.
So I'm guessing that was a 1-for-1 trade, but they didn't really mention anything on air. That was the reason why.
No. They have two general managers. It would be very easy for them to address it kind of on screen or do a trade or something. And no, it was just the way it was handled was just very, very, very lazy.
I don't know, man. I don't know why they have got so lackadaisical with some things, man. Just the logic gaps, just week to week, are just getting bigger and bigger.
They're right that in the bigger picture it doesn't matter, but they think that it doesn't matter. We don't need to be bothered with it. We just need to focus on the moments and putting together moments for people. I feel like we're at a point now, and it's kind of sad, especially given that the both of us, we review these shows every week. But I feel like now more so maybe than at any other point in time that I've been a fan, it feels to me, and this is kind of in wrestling in general, but especially with WWE, the weekly television, the week to week, doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter anymore.
It's the same thing with Dynamite then.
But it's really been noticeable with WWE where they will use these shows as they should be used to promote whatever the big match or big attraction is going to be for the next big PLE. I mean, that's what these shows always have been. But what actually happens on these shows is so boring for the most part and so predictable. And it's the same thing over and over again. Maybe that's why they don't try, because they don't matter to them. Right. The only thing that matters is when they have these big elaborate events and, you can put together these moments that people always will talk about on social media. And the weekly television is just neglected. And rarely, if ever, does it really feel like any of it matters. It's really been noticeable lately.
Yeah, it wasn't like that 2 years ago. Just simply 2 years ago, I felt like the shows were a little bit more dynamic. And sure, we were at the tail end of the Bloodline and Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens' inclusion in the Bloodline story. There was a lot of stuff there, a lot of moments on television that you actually tuned in for, like tribal, court or whatever the fuck they did with Sami Zayn, or Sami Zayn getting the T-shirt, honorary Uso. Like we don't even get any of that stuff nowadays. It's like they don't give you a reason to watch. Show starts the same, show ends the same with fucking a myriad of interferences, and they don't really leave you caring about going into next week. They don't give you anything to look forward to. They don't give you that feeling of, oh man, I can't wait to watch next week's show. And that's the problem I have with Dynamite. They go off the air with fucking the ops. It's like, all right, what am I getting next week? You don't give me a cliffhanger or a hook going into next week. I don't want a hook every week. I don't expect a hook every week, but give me something.
Well, you're gonna get Hook. Hook is on his way back. Did you see the Hook signal?
Yes, I did. We're going to get him back.
Well, technically, they didn't end with the ops. I mean, they ended with MJF beating up Hangman in the parking lot. So, technically.
So, yeah, that's just some of the problem. Monday Night Raw wasn't really much of anything. SmackDown was worse. We got some AAA inclusion on Monday Night Raw as well last night. We got Layeska and Mr. Iguana teaming with Dragon Lee against the Judgment Day. Vikingo showed up, AAA Mega Champion. It is announced that he will defend that championship at Worlds Collide on September 12th against Dominic Mysterio. And I guess we can get into some quick thoughts about Triple Mania. I know I watched it. Jason watched it. It was the first time in a very long time I did not have to sit with my iPad and just take notes. I just made myself a nice drink or two. I watched for the 3 hours, and I actually had fun watching the show. Battle Royal was fun. That main event was tremendous, that Fatal 4-Way. What'd you think of the show, man? I really enjoyed it, and I thought Corey Graves killed it on commentary. I thought all in all for the 3 hours, it was a very fun time.
Yeah, I enjoyed myself. I thought it was a fun show. I had a lot more fun with the Copa Bardal,
Yeah.
as they called it, than I thought I would. And the main event, like you said, the main event was excellent. And even, most of the stuff in the middle, I thought was also very good. The women's match kind of fell flat, but, the 6-person tag with the stuff with the Judgment Day and everything. And was it, oh God, what was the guy's name? The hamburger guy? Nino Hamburguesa, I believe his name is.
Yes.
Yeah. I saw Balor's tweet the next day. He goes, I got sick eating that hamburger, he said. He had to eat. He had a little hamburger face up with the guy in the middle of the match.
He ate carbs?
I know.
It's crazy.
That's probably why he got sick. But of course, he busts out this demon puppet. Because I've had people say, "Oh man, do you think we're ever going to get Demon Balor back?" And I'm like, "Well, there you go. You got Demon Balor back." And boy, they could not wait to drop that thing on WWE Shop. And then I see these messages. Oh my God, won't believe how much they're charging for this
I
puppet.
tweeted out. Of course they did. Immediately, as soon as the match was over, $100 for that fucking puppet.
That doesn't include shipping, I don't think. So final
Another
cost is more than
$15 for shipping on a fucking puppet.
Yeah.
Puppet that made what? Cost $9.99 to make?
Maybe. So yeah, they're gonna market the shit out of that. But yeah, I mean, I had fun with the show. To me, what stole the show was the moment with Omos and Microman. Nothing was gonna top that moment, for the rest of the show. So that was great. Otis, we haven't seen Otis in months. He was hurt, and of all places for him to make his return, it's at Triple Mania. I wasn't expecting that. So it was good. It was very entertaining, that match. Conan was inducted into the AAA Hall of Fame. And, at one point he looked into the crowd. I don't know what was going on, but he was yelling at a fan and basically told him to show respect and fuck off. So that was kind of funny. And when it was over, I just felt like, man, that was just a fun, 3 hours or so. Obviously, AJ Styles made a surprise cameo at the end. He cost Dominic the potential victory in the main event. Vikingo continues to go out there and just get booed just mercilessly on these AAA shows. The one thing about him being on Raw last night, the Boo Birds didn't follow him to Philadelphia, so for him that was good.
Well, I had to ask Salrex, who does artwork for. He's done artwork for you. He does artwork for me. I asked him because he's a big proponent of Mexican wrestling, and I said, "Bro, why is Vikingo booed? I mean, he's fucking great." And then he told me he's basically the Roman Reigns of AAA. Like everybody feels his title reign is forced, and a lot of people
because it is.
Yeah, a lot of people still want, believe it or not, they want Del Rio back, and they feel like. With what Del Rio did down there, he treated Vikingo like a jobber, and now theoretically, they think that the championship is on a jobber. So I don't know if they consider him a jobber, but I mean, I didn't realize how over Del Rio was down there before they let him go.
Well, that's what Meltzer said. That's part of it. I mean, the issue is that Vikingo was the mega champion, and previously he was the mega champion. And Alberto was the champion when WWE made the announcement that they were going to be buying the company. And that's why everybody was asking the question, oh, what does this mean? He's the champion right now. And yeah, he is super popular down there as a babyface. And what happened, my understanding is that he had already beaten Vikingo. And it was kind of like, okay, he beat Vikingo and he's moving on to, whatever the next opponent, whatever the next story is. WWE, when they bought AAA or made the announcement, if you remember, that was at WrestleMania weekend. Vikingo was there on set with all the wrestlers behind them on set. Vikingo was right there, and it was clear they wanted him to be sort of the centerpiece, like the top baby face out of this. So Alberto had already beaten him, and now all of a sudden it's like, well, we're gonna put Vikingo back at a championship match, and gee, I wonder what's gonna happen. And then he beats Alberto, who's very popular down there. So people resent Vikingo for it. He didn't do anything wrong, but they resent him for it because it is forced. It's very clear the WWE wanted the title on him, and he's getting booed now everywhere he goes because people don't want him to be the champion, And maybe part of it is that they just don't see him at that level, but that's where a lot of the resentment is coming from, that they sort of moved on from him. And then WWE came in, and all of a sudden, title's right back on Vikingo.
What did you make of the comments that Rey Mysterio made? Said that he's going to try and aid in Del Rio getting back there. Do you believe that's got any life to it?
I think he was just trying to kind of shut down the chance. That was the first thing he thought of. You know, I mean, look, he's in the ring and he's in the middle of trying to introduce somebody for, well, that was for the Conan stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think he was, I put it this way. I don't think he's actively trying to do anything. I think he really just wanted to quiet down the chants. It's like AJ Styles at Slammiversary when people were saying one more match. And he was like, we'll see, guys. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, he just wanted to shut down the chants because he probably knows, like, there's no plans right now for a match. But I'm trying to put over Leon Slater. It's not about me. So I think that's what that was.
Were you surprised that Vikingo ended up walking away, still the AAA Mega Champion? I know a lot of people were like, they're going to give it to Dominic. There was a high probability that they would probably give it to Dominic. I was hoping for a Grande Americano win. Then they announced this match that's happening on September 12th, one-on-one. After looking at it, looking back at the show, I think it was maybe the right decision to keep the title on Vikingo because it is their show. It is their WrestleMania per se. And then they dropped the title if they wanted to Dominic on a WWE established show like Worlds Collide. Do you see that happening?
I think they might want the Intercontinental title off Dominic first, and then maybe he wins the Mega title. So if AJ has that been officially announced for Clash in Paris?
It has not, no.
Okay, so maybe it'll be a Raw match, but I think if AJ gets that rematch, which obviously he's going to, he may well win the Intercontinental title. And if they get that title off of Dominic, I could see him then maybe winning the Mega title. So it all comes down to when do they do the match with Dom and AJ. If he drops the belt to AJ, I think that speaks volumes about what may happen in that Worlds Collide match.
I agree there. Triple H said there, this is the last thing we'll say, and then we'll move on. Triple H did say, there was a clip uploaded to social media that WWE is coming in here and they're not looking to change anything, only enhance what AAA is. Now, clearly, enhance means we get the fucking stupid looking entrances into the building and it looks very WWE-esque. It almost looks like an NXT TakeOver show with the AAA logo and in Mexico. How do you feel about the overall look of the show? Because I'm not really big into Lucha Libre, and this was legitimately the first beginning to end Triple Mania that I've watched. And I know just looking at clips and seeing old videos that it was a little bit more gritty. Do you think that this show was a little bit too polished to be a AAA show? How did you feel about the overall presentation of the show?
No, I think honestly the best aspect of WWE sort of taking over here was the fact that the production was a lot better than it's been in the past. Yeah. I haven't watched every Triple Mania the last few years, but I've seen enough of some of the past Triple Manias, and one of the things that people always made fun of were the constant technical difficulties. And there was a lot of that. So now with WWE in charge of production, you're going to have a lot less of that, if any, maybe any of that at all. That's a good thing. So I think the production improvements are a plus. I talked on my show about a very infamous Triple Mania from 5 or 6 years ago where, and maybe you saw clips of this at some point, but Vampiro was on commentary with Matt Stryker. And there was one Triple Mania, I want to say maybe it was 2019. And Vampiro, like literally throughout the entire show, there's constant like technical difficulties and things going on. But like at one point, he's on Twitter while he's broadcasting live. And he's like, I see people tweeting me, I'm breathing too heavily into the microphone. Yeah, well, it's not my fault. Blame that. Like he's going off like on production in the middle of the show. And then there was another moment, and this will forever live in infamy, where I forgot whose match it happened during, but dude, he ripped a fart on the air during this match. It was like a nuclear explosion. I don't know how it was that loud in the headset, but it was.
No, I didn't see any of this.
Yeah, dude, like it was very entertaining, but that wasn't even the worst part. So later on in that show. And again, I don't remember what the setup was, but there were a bunch of heels in the ring. I remember that Conan was in the ring, Jeff Jarrett was in the ring, Killer Cross. Like the ring was filled with people. And the spot was that Vampiro, who was at ringside, was going to get up and I think get into the ring and make a save or something. But they're not playing his music, right? His music was AC/DC, Back in Black. And he's standing there, headset still on. He's standing there and he's like, getting very agitated. He goes, "Where's the fucking music?" And Matt Striker he's trying to save it. He goes, dude, the fans want you. I don't think you need your music. He's like, for the love of God, play my fucking music. Dude, this went on for like 90 seconds.
Oh, my God.
Heels are waiting for him. He's standing right there, but they're not playing his music. It's like he's unable to enter the ring and finally they play his music and he throws the headset down and everyone cheers. And I'm like, oh, my God, this is a complete shit show. That gives you a little taste of what Triple Mania used to be like.
I guess that added to the overall charm of AAA, huh?
Well, that's the thing. Like if you're gonna miss that, like, hey, now these shows are gonna be WWE sanitized. That's a bad thing because it was very entertaining, but in the worst possible way. So now you're not gonna get a lot of that stuff, obviously, if WWE's in charge. But yeah, I mean, I thought overall it probably ended up being one of the better Triple Manias that they've done in a very long time.
Yeah, it was also they announced, and Meltzer said today a lot of the numbers that they put out there in the public were all lies. Broadcast was watched by 4.3 million viewers in the first 24 hours, hit a peak live concurrent audience of 614,000. That was through WWE's YouTube channels, both English and Spanish, as well as AAA's YouTube channels. And then with a crowd of 19,691 at Arena Mexico this past Saturday for Triple Mania. They also said that the Omos and Microman clip was the most viewed clip in social media history for AAA. Now, I don't know if that's true because we talked about last week Scarlett and Cross when we were talking about them. That Scarlett owns a clip that has eclipsed 35 million views. So unless they did more than 35 million views, I think they're fabricating on that. But still a great moment nonetheless.
Across all their social media platforms, they probably did, right? I mean, weren't they boasting for Brock at SummerSlam? It did like 75 million.
So, I don't have the full number with everything in totality.
Yeah, like if they put that clip up on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, and all these different platforms, I could see where it would have generated 40 or 50 million views.
Maybe it was still a great moment.
It's such a freak attraction when you look at it. I mean, you got this guy who's like,
bro, I had tears coming down my eye when Microman came out, man. I didn't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, he's face to crotch, with Omos, who's probably taking shits that are bigger than him, and he's looking down at this guy. And then, of course, he hits the bottom rope. He comes off the ropes, and then just gets mowed down with a boot. And he got him a lot of heat, but almost as good. I don't think this got nearly enough attention. So Omos puts Otis down, right? And Microman had been propped up in the corner. He was just sort of watching as the match was going on. Otis is laying there on the ground in the corner, and Omos now turns his back and he's right. And you see in the corner of your screen on the ropes is Microman, and he salutes. He just goes like this, and then just dives off, and like it was the funniest thing. And he lands on Otis, and then he pins Otis. But just that little salute. It was almost, it's just like he's giving up on life, and then he just dives off. I'm like, this. I'm telling you right now, mark my words. I'm going to mention it right now. I don't know when. I don't know if it'll be in WWE. I don't know if it'll be in AAA. But at some point, Omos and Microman will be tag team champions.
Well, it needs to happen again for sure.
They will be tag team champions. If Braun Strowman and Nicholas could be tag team champions at WrestleMania, then Omos and Microman can be tag team champions.
Does Omos look so great everywhere else but WWE? Like, it was a refreshing thing to see him on Saturday night,
Because when he's standing in the ring with a guy who's 3'3" tall, I mean, he can look like the monster that they want him to be. I mean, how do you book a guy like Omos? Omos is not going to go in there and wrestle the way that everybody else does. He's not going to go in there and do dives. He's not going to do chain wrestling. The way to use Omos is to book him like a true-to-life monster, all right? And there are ways to do that. So when he was in Pro Wrestling Noah, he went on a little excursion there, and he was one half of the tag team champions there. That's how they used him. In this one match, that's how they booked him. That's how you use Omos.
Well, I looked it up. Omos and Microman, 259 million views across several of the social media platforms between AAA and WWE. This makes the most viewed AAA clip of all time. Other sources mention 120 million views in 24 hours across WWE socials alone. Holy shit.
There you go. Boy, it's almost like maybe they should be doing more with this guy.
I know.
But I like the idea of keeping him, in Mexico for a little bit. He was in Japan for a little bit. Let him spend some time down there. I think it's good for him. I just couldn't understand how these reports came out earlier this year that he had re-signed and they had actually pulled him from Japan. He was still half of the tag team champions, and they had to vacate the titles because it's like, oh, WWE needs him back. It's like, okay, they must have some idea for him. And then nothing. They had nothing for him. I still don't understand why it was so, such an urgent need for them to pull him away from Japan when they did, but that's what they did. So I'd like to see him spend some more time down there. And then when the time is right, if they have the right idea for him, to bring him up to the main roster. I could see him being an enforcer type in one of these, not the Bloodline, but like in one of these factions. Like, imagine Omos in the Judgment Day.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it could breathe some new life in there, and then you can let him show off more of his personality. Like, there's potential there. There's potential to do stuff there. It's all in how you handle him. He's a special attraction, right? There's nobody else on that roster that looks like him. So you just got to be careful in the way that you utilize him.
So, yeah, that was Saturday, and it was a fun show. And the next time we see AAA and WWE together is September 12th. And right now there's Dominic versus Vikingo for the AAA Mega Championship that's happening in Las Vegas. That will be on a Friday night after SmackDown, 10 p.m. Eastern here, local time. So that's the next time you'll see AAA. But coming out of AAA, we come into the new week, and this was after we got ESPN and WWE, Paramount Plus, and UFC. WWE is now in bed with TNA, we know, but TNA has been talking about TV rights deals and TV rights negotiations, and the latest rumor is that they'll end up on a WWE network. CW, A&E, those two are definitely in the conversation to give TNA a new home. So we find out this week, Jason, that TNA, through all the TV media rights discussions, TNA is open to moving from Thursday to Wednesday to oppose AEW Dynamite as part of a new media rights discussion. This is exclusive from John Alba and Sports Illustrated. Now, we talked about ESPN, WWE, and then Paramount Plus and UFC. The takedown on SI has learned in recent days that the rumor mill regarding TNA and a TV rights deal has picked up significant steam. Carlos Silva is actively shopping TNA's media rights distribution, and TNA Wrestling right now is looking for a new home. Multiple independent sources tell the takedown on SI that there have at least been discussions of TNA moving to a WWE-associated network, and that the company is even open to shifting from Thursday to Wednesday nights to go head-to-head with Dynamite. Now, while it is not directly indicated that the destination would be the CW, it was expressed to the takedown on SI that the CW's interest in the promotion is legitimate and that some WWE stakeholders would like TNA to be a part of the network. It is not clear how far those discussions have progressed, and it was stressed that nothing has been signed as of yet. When asked directly about the rumors on Wednesday, Silva acknowledged the ongoing nature of the media rights discussion, saying that the more meetings would be held later this month and that no deals have been completed at this time. He did not, however, deny the rumor of conversations to run against AEW. Currently, the original series Family Law, Good Cop, and Bad Cop air in the 8 p.m. time slot, 8 p.m. through 10 p.m., on the CW against Dynamite. After being asked further about the notion of going head-to-head with AEW, Silva told the takedown on SI that any possible move TNA makes is not done on the basis of competition, but rather it would be about what is in the company's best interest. Sure, it would be in the WWE's best interest, not in TNA. Multiple sources believe that WWE has some degree of influence in the media rights deals for TNA, with a potential partner involved, but Silva said that WWE's relationship with TNA at this juncture has not extended beyond the talent exchange and promotion that viewers have seen throughout 2025. Now, we'll stop there, because Fightful goes on to follow up with what John Alba reported on Sports Illustrated. I know you talked about it, Jason, on the Sound Off. I did a 1-hour video on it, and I was very happy with the content that I produced, and a lot of my listeners said it was probably one of the best things that I've done all year. I feel like going head-to-head with Dynamite for TNA is not going to work out good for them at all. And I said, as far as a content creator and just an avid wrestling fan, here in the United States, I am not going to choose TNA over Dynamite on a Wednesday night. Now, I don't really watch TNA. I'll tune in to see what they're doing on that debut episode if this does actually come to fruition. But outside that, I don't watch TNA. I don't cover TNA. I don't really care to cover TNA. Dynamite is where I'm going to be on Wednesday. I feel like with everything that we've heard so far with this counter-programming and this PLE with Lesnar and Cena and the name that's coming potentially this week and just them throwing jabs at Tony Khan, number one, I really feel like they put this much effort into making their shows better because right now the WWE product creatively is suffering. Business, they're as hot as ever. Creatively, they are absolutely as boring as they've ever been. I don't really understand why this needs to be, and a lot of fans are looking at it as, why are they doing this? I don't understand why they just can't worry about themselves. It's all about the business. It's all about the money at the end of the day. And I made this perfectly clear, not only in a tweet, but in the video. You can sit there and claim pettiness. You can sit there and claim all this other nonsense. TNA, like you said, a useful idiot. They are nothing more than a fucking puppet in this entire game, and they are being set up to fail, in my honest opinion. I'm going to put my tinfoil cap on here. WWE is never going to go head-to-head with AEW at all. NXT, Raw, SmackDown, no matter what. They are not going to go head-to-head because if they ultimately fail, they will have to look themselves in the mirror. They'd rather TNA fail so that they blame TNA for not doing it, just like Vince blamed Triple H for NXT failing against AEW. So at the end of all that, they can blame TNA and potentially buy them out and just kind of run the operation there and fully take control over TNA like they want, because that's exactly where we all see it going. It's all down to the money. Why does WWE have this hatred of Tony Khan and AEW? Contracts. And that's the one thing I really harped on when I talked about this week. It's the contracts. Tony Khan has manipulated the market for pro wrestler contracts since the inception of AEW, and it's only gotten worse. He is paying big money to just kind of ramp up the contracts for all the pro wrestlers he's signing. Swerve and Mercedes and Okada, Ospreay, all these names. They're making big money, more money than WWE's willing to pay. So WWE is looking at this. Nick Khan, TKO, Ari Emanuel looking at this, and they are genuinely angry. It's like they poked the bear, and that bear is not sniffing around the campsite just to say what's up. That bear is going to leave fucking carnage in its wake, and that's exactly what they've done. They've now awakened that hungry grizzly bear. WWE wants to be the ones to dictate how much a pro wrestler makes and for how long that pro wrestler makes its money. Tony Khan is in control of that, and I feel like with all this counter-programming and all this back and forth with AEW and just throwing these little pot shots, they want to weaken AEW, and they want to seize control of TNA, and they want to work with AAA. They want to close off all these sections so that Tony has absolutely no more faucet of talent that he can bring in and manipulate the contracts with and raise pro wrestler salaries with, because WWE is being affected by that and that alone. They don't give a fuck about their ratings. They don't give a shit that they sold 18,000 tickets to the O2 this Sunday for Forbidden Door. They don't give a shit that they're selling out All Out in Toronto. None of this matters. AEW caused all of their decline on their own by airing the CM Punk Jack Perry footage, because the last time they even eclipsed 800, 900,000 was that episode where they aired the Wembley footage of Perry and Punk. They haven't even come close to that, and they have never recovered from that either. They have built themselves this decline year over year since then, and they have nobody to blame but themselves. WWE is just basically playing, in their eyes, with a dead fucking animal, and they're just trying to weaken AEW. But this all comes down to contracts and the fact that Tony Khan right now is making sure pro wrestler contracts are the way that they are, and WWE hates that. That's the whole basis for this entire counter-programming and why they're going to Wednesday night potentially with TNA.
Well, it's one of the aspects to it. I think, it's a situation where anybody who suggests that WWE is making any kind of move towards AEW, they immediately laugh it off, because they're like, oh, WWE's not afraid of AEW. They're not intimidated by it. That's not the point. The point is that AEW, they annoy them. They annoy WWE. WWE, like you said, they love being in control. They love controlling everything. They love controlling the narrative. And, we'll talk about this September 20th PLE in a minute, but that's another example of why is WWE doing this stuff? Because they want to control the conversation. That's really what they are most interested in. So if they can choke off any sort of attention that AEW may generate from Forbidden Door or from All Out or All in Texas by counter programming and having an NXT show on this night, another PLE on that night, and then throwing some big surprise out there. They want to dominate the conversation on social media. They want to dominate the headlines and just take that attention away from AEW. So that's one of the key reasons why you see so much of this counter programming going on. In the case of TNA, I describe them as a useful idiot for a reason, because TNA has been around for 23 years. And there was a long time there. And granted, Vince was still the one in charge, but there was a long time there where, TNA was certainly the last place that WWE would want to, do business with or do anything to assist them. And why all of a sudden have things changed so radically where, they outright bought AAA, the majority interest in AAA, but, even Pro Wrestling Noah, they're sort of friendly with them, and TNA now, after all these years, it always comes down to what is in it the most for WWE, right? They really don't care all that much about TNA. It's not about that. TNA can talk about how they just put 7,600 people at the UBS Arena, and that's their biggest domestic audience in the history of the company. You can thank AJ Styles for that. So for WWE, it's like, all right, we'll let them have AJ Styles for one night. He's not going to wrestle, but we'll let them, promote that AJ Styles is going to be on the show. And so they could do these things for TNA. If they are having a role in the television negotiations, if they can help get TNA on the CW network, if they can help TNA get on A&E, that's a much better slot than being on Access TV, right? So it is a benefit for TNA. I've always said this, that TNA will only grow to a point unless they get real television. Like on Access, you can only grow so much. They need to be on a station like they were on Spike TV back in the day. That's what they need. If WWE could help get them there, that's great. But then if they immediately turn around and we find out that, well, they're going to move Impact from Thursday nights to Wednesday nights from 8 to 10, right? And you know exactly why that would be. How is that benefiting TNA? Like in the long run, how is that benefiting TNA? It's not. It'll end up being more of an annoyance to Tony Khan and AEW. It might take a small chunk out of their audience, but that's not going to end well for TNA. No. You're still stifling their growth, among wrestling fans on Wednesday nights by putting them in direct competition with AEW. So if they really cared about TNA, they would avoid that. And so that's just something to pay attention to as we learn more about this and you watch the moves they make. You see what their real, motives are here. To the point about, them AEW elevating the cost of talent. Yeah, that's something I'm sure that really pissed off WWE. And I just think back to when we were hearing reports 2019, 2020 about high six-figure offers that were being made to teams like Anderson and Gallows.
Yeah, I remember that.
And yeah, Dax and Cash, or they were the Revival at the time. Great wrestlers, but under normal circumstances, would WWE be offering them that kind of money? No. But they felt they had to because they did not want, and it wasn't even about them, right? WWE would be just fine without the Good Brothers. It wasn't about them. It was about this perception. We can't have all these people leaving us to go there. So we'll sweeten the pot a little bit and offer them so much more money. Meanwhile, months later, what ended up happening? They got released anyway, right? WWE thought so much of these guys that they got rid of them. But it forced them to do something that they did not want to do because they're all competing from the same talent pool. Whatever you think about how WWE is so far ahead of AEW, business-wise, the wrestling talent pool, right, is what the wrestling talent pool is. They're all pulling from the same pool of talent. So I agree. That really made them angry. Remember the report about Swerve when he re-signed? There were supposedly people in WWE or someone who made a comment that, what they're paying him is above his value. Mm-hmm. And I think that bothered, and it would bother me too, but it bothered Swerve. I think he commented on it on some radio show or podcast because that's the last thing they want is that kind of money being offered to people who they may honestly feel don't deserve it. And all of a sudden, everybody's going to want to make that kind of money. They have the money, they could spend it, but they don't want to, right? They feel like things have been elevated so much, and they blame AEW for that. So follow the money. That is absolutely part of what's going on here. But the counter programming stuff, it really is, it's just pettiness above and beyond anything else. It really is just pettiness. And we may as well mention that now. There's been rumors now for a few weeks that WWE is going to have a main roster PLE on September 20th. September 20th happens to be AEW All Out in Toronto, which is generally one of their bigger shows of the year. And we'll likely have the Copeland-Christian reunion, but we're getting it a little early. So
God, don't remind me.
That won't be their first match together, but that's typically a big show for AEW. So now we find out that WWE, they have no event on the calendar in September, no big event, but they're looking at September 20th. And now we find out, not only are they looking at September 20th to run head-to-head with All Out, this event, and I think we'll probably find out tomorrow, I don't know if it'll just be airing on ESPN or if it'll be simulcast on ESPN, and you could also watch it on Peacock. That we don't know. But it could very well be the first event that airs on ESPN. And the name of the event, and it was WrestleVotes who first reported this and dropped a hint about this, is that they may be going with the old WrestlePalooza name, which ECW used, I think, for 5 years for an old pay-per-view. And actually, the WrestlePalooza name goes back even before that. The first time I heard of WrestlePalooza, you're a Married with Children fan, right?
Yes.
There was an episode of Married with Children. It was in one of the later seasons where Bud Bundy had to dress up as a bumblebee.
I remember.
And he wrestled King Kong Bundy, and the name of the event was WrestlePalooza. So, when I think of WrestlePalooza, I wasn't a huge ECW fan back then, like you were, but that's the first thing I think of when I hear WrestlePalooza. So, and I laugh because I think of King Kong Bundy and the Bumblebee. So they may be going with an old ECW name for this event that hasn't been used in 25 years. And they may be doing Brock Lesnar and John Cena as this big marquee main event on that show. Head to head with All Out. So there will be people who are going to be forced now to make a decision about what they want to watch live. I mean, they could watch both things, but you can only, technically you could watch more than one thing live. But most people are going to want to dedicate their attention and focus to one show.
Sure. And like we discussed last week, and I said this, I'm sure you said it as well. If you are a sicko, you're watching All Out. You're not interested in Cena and Lesnar. You have no interest in what WWE is doing. If you are AEW, you don't give a shit what WWE is doing. If you're watching WWE, more than likely you don't give a shit about what AEW is doing. There is a very small percentage of people that watch both WWE and AEW and even extend beyond AEW and WWE. I don't watch everything that is available because I can't. And even if I did, I'd go crazy. I don't want to consume that much pro wrestling in my week. People do. I keep it to the two big ones. That's it. But like Jason said, 1995 to 2000, WrestlePalooza. Yeah. WWE is not taking away AEW's audience by doing this character programming, but you see exactly why they're doing it. But WrestleVotes mentioned WrestlePalooza, and apparently ESPN, Meltzer said, and Alvarez said that apparently with Peacock, they have some sort of quota where they have to meet a certain number of shows. And now with the 2 nights of WrestleMania and SummerSlam, and they added Saturday night's main event and now Evolution to the calendar, I think Meltzer says that they've reached their quota. So if they wanted to go experiment with ESPN, they've reached their quota on Peacock for the year already, and they'll be able to do so through that means. I don't know if that's legit or not, but he did say that today on The Observer.
Well, it may be. It's entirely possible because the Evolution thing came together relatively quickly. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't at the beginning of the year that was on the calendar and they had planned on doing an Evolution show. So I could see that being a possibility. But to your point, any AEW hardcore fan, any AEW sicko, they're not going to go, oh shit, I guess I'm watching John Cena versus Brock Lesnar, live at WrestlePalooza. None of them are going to say that. This is not about trying to shave off fans and pull in fans from AEW. This is about dominating the conversation. This is about putting out that big marquee match that everybody's going to be talking about. And ESPN, I guess, will probably be promoting it heavily. and everybody will be talking about Brock Lesnar, his first match in over 2 years, wrestling John Cena. That's why they're doing it, right? They're crashing the party, and they're doing it. And obviously, you know, Tony Khan, I'm sure, will put together the best possible card that he can. Look, my guess is that the All Out card is going to be a lot better than the WrestlePalooza card, right? We don't know what the cards are yet, but most likely it will be the better show. But there are some people who will have to make a decision now about what they want to watch live. I'm one of those people just because I'm a content creator and I'm going to have to watch both shows. Now I got to figure out what the fuck I'm going to watch live. And the reality is the WWE content does better than the AEW content. So what do? You know, do you watch All Out and then, you know, catch up later on with WrestlePalooza, or do you watch the WWE show live and then catch up later on with AEW? I don't know. Probably watch AEW, but there's time to make that decision. But that's why they're doing these things. And it's all part of this game that they're playing with AEW. You can call it a war. Again, I know some people are going to laugh at that. Whatever word you want to use. They are playing a game. TNA is one of the pawns in that game. And I think Carlos Silva and TNA are okay with that. They're not stupid people. They have made the decision that, you know what, it's better for us to be in business with WWE than to not be. And they know what's going on, and they're okay with it. You know, Carlos Silva, he's on record recently as saying that TNA, I think he said this to Ariel Helwani, TNA is not profitable. You know, they hope to be. They would love to get up to $10 million a year out of this new media rights deal. He's confident that maybe they could get there. But it's not a profitable company. You know, TNA has been propped up in many ways by WWE. WWE has helped in terms of selling more tickets, you know, to a lot of their live events, right? There have been benefits in it for TNA, but you can't look at this, like, you have to look at it and understand that there are ulterior motives here for WWE. And we haven't even talked about the fact that WWE probably has the option to buy them outright at some point if they want to. And if somebody else wants to buy them, they might have that option, but they have to be friendly with WWE.
Yeah.
So if WWE doesn't like this offer that came in from this person or this company, they probably have the right to go, yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah, that's a scary part of it all. If you do not want WWE to close on being a monopoly, but AEW obviously is going to be affected by some of this. And sources in AEW told Fightful that as of a couple of weeks ago, CW is an option for TNA. And Wrestling Observer reported that A&E is also an option for TNA. Both networks have direct ties to WWE and TKO as they broadcast WWE programming. WWE has intentionally spread out their broadcast rights, landing on Netflix, USA Network, CW, AEW, or A&E, Tubi, which is where Evolve is. If you guys aren't aware, Evolve is on Tubi. NBC and Peacock. Much of their Peacock content will be moving to the ESPN DTC in 2025, which is this month. ESPN is also tied to Disney and ABC, Tubi to Fox, USA Network to Universal, TKO and their UFC going to Paramount. So WWE and TKO spread their UFC and WWE content all over the place, like seeds in a garden. And I mentioned this last week that this is also another strategic chess move by TKO to, again, close off those resources to AEW when their time comes. They're not going to have a major TV landing spot if it's not going to be Warner. And we don't know what the situation with Warner is going to be 3 or 4 years from now, unless Warner's going to re-up them and pay them the same amount that they're getting now or possibly more. We don't know what Warner's looking for. But that's another aspect to all this, why WWE spreading their seed everywhere. And it also is going to affect AEW in the long run. So, what? What happened?
That's quite the analogy to use, given the
seeds and
pending lawsuit. Given the pending lawsuit against this company, that's
everybody knows what I mean. But like to your point, UFC owner or former UFC owner Lorenzo Fertitta says Fightful is also a name rumored to be in discussions about buying TNA. And we're told, says Fightful, that his name emerged from meetings last week. And earlier, Conrad Thompson, earlier this week, posted an ominous gif saying Lorenzo. So we're told that this was in response to rumors going around in wrestling that Lorenzo Fertitta could, for some reason, be involved in a rumored sale of TNA. And like Jason said, that WWE can swoop on in. They have the option to buy TNA if they so choose. Meltzer reported that a WWE source confirmed that their working agreement with TNA includes an option for WWE to purchase the company, as well as the right of first refusal to match any other offers for TNA. This means that if any other party attempts to buy TNA, WWE can legally step in and match the bid, ensuring any new owner would have to be friendly to WWE's interests. Oh,
yeah,
man.
I'll make one more point here, and I'll give him credit because he brought this up on Ariel's show some time ago when he was on. But Eric Bischoff made a point because he was previously asked about the TNA relationship with WWE. Obviously, Eric worked for TNA many years ago. That did not end well. But he brought up the kind of the antitrust aspect of it and how this also potentially benefits WWE because they had to pay out $20 million to MLW last year to settle that antitrust lawsuit.
Yeah.
And it could get because they did not want that to go to trial. They did not want that to go to the discovery phase. It could have gotten very messy. And so if you're WWE, it's probably in their interest to not even buy TNA, but to be friendly to them and partner with them. Because then it shows that they're willing to work with these other promotions and sort of, play nice with them and try to help them out in whatever way they can. Because, of course, they just want to be helpful to everybody. But instead of just outright buying them. So I think there is some truth to that, where it might be better off for them not to buy them. They have the option to, but they don't have to buy them. And really, right now, they don't have to buy TNA. Why do they need to buy TNA other than if they wanted to utilize the tape library? And I think there's a lot of value in that as an asset. There's a lot of talent right now in WWE who wrestled in TNA or started in TNA. So I think that there's definitely value in that kind of asset that they could offer. But outside of that, there really is no reason for WWE to just buy them. When they can just let TNA run sort of semi independently, help them out where they feel like they can, and it's in their best interest to do so, but kind of keep them at an arm's length so that if you have anybody else who wants to level some antitrust claims at them in the future, they could just point to this and say, hey, look what we're doing here. We even help them get TV, on a major network. So I think that benefits them also if they avoid buying them for the time being.
Yeah, that's actually that was actually a good call out by Bischoff there. I did not hear that he said that, but Tony Khan also told Fightful. Here's another little tidbit here in the report from Fightful. Tony Khan revealed that he was approached about buying TNA before AEW started. However, sources have indicated to Fightful that a few years ago, Khan was approached again and opted against it. No reason was given. One of the people we spoke to said that there wasn't a lot of value for AEW in a TNA purchase, as most of the veterans in the company are on the Ring of Honor library as opposed to TNA's. So I don't know why that has anything to do with it, but I mean, it's just, I guess, just here's a little tidbit that you might not know, and Sat put that in the Fightful report. But to sum this all up, like we said, they're doing it to steal the social media headlines for this September 20th pay-per-view. WWE is very angry at AEW for the contracts that they're offering to many of their talents, because now it's going to actively affect WWE and the entire market. If they want free agents or if they want someone coming over from AEW, you know, that contract negotiation is going to look vastly different with Tony Khan now kind of playing, you know, big league, and WWE's got to follow suit. That they want to be in control of everything.
Well, one more aspect to this also we didn't mention, like beyond the money. One thing that AEW generally, with most of its talent, like you have the ability to work independent dates.
Yes.
So that's something that WWE really, I mean, would select people. You see Natty doing it, but like they really don't do that. Like when you're a WWE talent, you're a WWE talent. And so there's a certain level of freedom that AEW contracts will, I think, generally afford you that WWE contracts will not, because they just tend to be more restrictive. So beyond the money, I mean, that could be another aspect of it that makes AEW more appealing to certain people, as if they're making a decision, let's say, between them and WWE. That could be an advantage that AEW has over them, and that also could factor into their annoyance. Yeah,
that is definitely a perk for sure. And we've seen Mercedes work the indies. We've seen Moxley and Jericho work the indies, and a couple of other Swerve work the indies, Ospreay. So, you know, it doesn't really just, you know, boil down to some of the lower end guys. It's some of their upper elite talent as well now starting to get out there. And Ricochet just worked Out of Glory out there and work the indies. But as far as what we've summed up here, it just goes to show you how the level of pettiness has now reached kind of It's almost pathetic. I don't like it. And I know I get taken out of context a lot. I don't like it because it's going to now force me to choose to watch one or the other, like Jason said. WWE is simply throwing their weight around now. It's bad enough that they're creating a show out of thin air that wasn't on the calendar with a month to go and are going to give you a headline match of John Cena and Brock Lesnar. We don't know if it's going to be over the limit or WrestlePalooza.
Does
whatever.
that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar to you?
What? Coming up with something in 4 weeks?
Creating a show out of nowhere to effectively compete with someone else's show. This is what Vince did. This is what Vince did with Jim Crockett. How do you think, Survivor Series became a thing? How do you think Royal Rumble?
Who do you think Triple H is having Thanksgiving dinner with, bro? Every year.
Oh yeah, of course.
He gets his knowledge from him. Now we all know that.
But it's very Vince-like.
Yeah.
Those are the two big examples, really. Which was Survivor Series going up against Starrcade, I believe, and then the Royal Rumble was created as a free television special on USA to compete with a pay-per-view.
But let me ask you, how much of this is Triple H to Tony, hating Tony Khan because he blames AEW for kind of ruining his creation in NXT Black and Gold? I don't know why Triple H is not angry at Vince. Vince blew up the whole fucking project. But how much of that is anger with Triple H towards Tony for blaming him for that, as opposed to Triple H blaming his father-in-law and kind of stepping in and just taking everything over when they created 2.0?
Well, you also mentioned Triple H. I'm sure, look, Triple H is obviously, part of the brain trust there, but Triple H is the chief content officer. A lot of this really rests on Nick Khan. So he's the one who's making, ultimately making all of these decisions. I don't know how deep into this Triple H is. I'm sure Triple H was still running NXT at the time when Dynamite was first announced. And I'm sure the mission was very clear. Vince McMahon, let's squash this before, it becomes something. And they failed to do that. So I'm sure Vince was not happy. He probably looked at it as a failure, on Triple H's part. Is that something that he has ever forgotten? Probably not. And, so how that factors into all these decisions about this extra PLE and everything, I just don't know ultimately if Triple H is the one making that decision or if that's a Nick Khan thing or a collaboration between the two equally. Because not like Tony Khan hasn't taken shots at Nick Khan, and Nick Khan probably also has. Look, Nick Khan is the one who earlier this year when he was doing media made mention, he would not even say Tony Khan's name. He would not even say AEW. What was the comment he made? He goes, the son.
Yeah,
the son.
I know the father. The father's a good businessman. Yeah, but the son.
I know the father. Like, there's some passive aggressiveness going on right there. So, I don't know that it's just a Triple H thing. It's a Nick Khan thing, I think, just as much.
Well, the level of pettiness, like I said, September 20th, Cena Lesnar, unnamed pay-per-view that's coming together in 4 weeks. And the fact that it's competing with All Out. Now we're getting new rumors that it may end up on ESPN, which is WWE also pushing their weight around and just ultimately, again, stealing even more of those headlines because everyone's going to be talking about WWE, ESPN on social media. This is the first show that's going to be airing on there as a test run, says Meltzer. And then the WrestlePalooza name. It's almost like they're just giving Tony Khan an extra fucking middle finger because he's such an ECW mark. And they're naming this an ECW revival pay-per-view just to throw it in Tony Khan's face. Yeah, we're counter-programming you, but we're going to do it with one of your favorite fucking, classics in WrestlePalooza because you're an ECW mark, you fucking geek. It's laughable to a point where I'm watching all this go down and people just arguing about, oh my God, I don't know why WWE's doing this. We told you why. It's about the numbers. It's about the social media. It's about the contracts. It's all about the money. They don't give a fuck about any other metric that AEW has right now. Ratings, attendance, demos. They don't give a fuck about that. WWE could step on AEW if they want to do, but they have not because they enjoy playing with their fucking food. That's exactly what they're doing now.
Well, look, it was at that infamous media scrum 3 years ago that Tony Khan, because he was very upset that was the first time WWE was starting to run a show on Labor Day weekend.
I don't know if I was in that room or not when he said that, but it was fucking funny. The one that you're addressing.
But he was sitting there and he was so angry, and that's when he made that comment. He goes, I'm starting to feel what Jim Crockett felt like back in the day. The only difference is I got a lot more fucking money, than Jim Crockett has. He goes, and I'm not going to sit here and take this fucking shit. He's like, I got very unique ways of competing too. Well, you know what? Here we are, and I'm just saying it may be time for him to kind of put his money where his mouth is if he's got something up his sleeve, because certainly the pettiness and the direct, the counter programming and all that has only intensified. So I'm just wondering if in fact any of that is true. What does that even look like? What does he do in response to any of this? To me, the best thing to do, honestly, is keep your head down and just try to put out the best possible product that you can. If you really want to compete, that still to me is the best way to compete, is to just put the best show on that you possibly can and just try to generate as much buzz around your product and kind of tap into that goodwill with the fans. And there may be a lot of people right now who don't think he's doing that. But to me, that's the best thing that you can do in response to all of this stuff.
Is the only thing he could do. Like, what else does he have as an option? I mean, does he?
I don't know.
For these shows, does he go earlier start times? I mean, is that even possible for some of these shows, especially the ones in the United States?
Yeah, but so then WWE will change their start time. This is what happened with WCW back in the day. This is where Raw is going to start at 7:57 p.m. because Nitro was starting at 7:58. I mean,
oh man, we're gonna get one of them overrun battles on fucking Wednesday night. Now one's gonna go 10:05, the other one's gonna go 10:09.
Well, it's too bad one of them isn't taped. That way, the other one can give away the results on the air, just like Bischoff used to do back in the day.
Is WWE going to start lending out talent to TNA now when now they might not be so keen on doing that? They're saving it for that?
I'll tell you what, if Impact ends up on a network, let's say CW, and they end up on a Wednesday night, I think WWE will be a lot more open to loaning out main roster names for appearances on TNA Impact, because they've really avoided that. Really, most of the appearances have been NXT based. AJ Styles showing up at Slammiversary, that was a rare thing, right? You just don't really see main roster talent being loaned out to TNA. If they were to end up opposite Dynamite on Wednesday night, oh, you bet your ass that's going to change.
Oh, you mean to tell me we'll get that AJ Styles last TNA match over there on Wednesday night?
Dude, you're going to get AJ Styles in a TNA Impact main event, probably challenging for the championship. You'll get something like that for sure. For sure.
Oh, man, it's going to be very interesting come October, because Carlos Silva says that he would like to nail something down Bound for Glory weekend. So that's their biggest show of the year. So October is going to be a very interesting month, especially with the season premieres, and it's a big month for network TV. So we'll keep an eye on it. We don't know what's going to happen. But outside that, there is more AEW news here, and it comes in the way of Chris Jericho. Now, we haven't seen Chris Jericho since April, and I think a lot of people are very happy about that, because the last time we saw him, he was creating some of the worst television that I think AEW's had in 6 years.
Hi, guys.
With the Learning Tree, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
The Learning Tree. Whatever happened to him and Big Bill having their big blow-off match?
I'm surprised you care.
Well, I mean, I like Big Bill, and I figured that the end goal of this at least could be him beating Chris Jericho, whatever that's worth at this point, him beating Chris Jericho and then kind of putting a bow on that. And Jericho went away to go play music, and he never came back.
Well, I mean, it might be for the better. I don't know where they go.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, I just wonder. It doesn't appear as if we're going to get that resolution to the friction they were starting to tease between him and Big Bill.
No, I don't think anybody cares either. But Chris Jericho liked a notable Instagram post discussing his potential return to WWE. I just looked at Instagram tonight before we went live, and he uploaded an old WWF Tour of Japan picture with him and a bunch of the talent around that time frame. I think it was like the middle 90s. I don't know. He may be playing a game that we're all just kind of falling for. I mean, they all do it. I
Dude,
know.
when I saw the Meltzer report, my first thought was I popped for Jericho feeding this to Dave.
Yeah.
Where do you think he's getting it from?
I know. I mean, it's nothing new, but it does create discussion, and it does. You get a lot of good content out of it, but. He did like a notable Instagram post. A lot of people now are speculating that he could end up returning to WWE, and his current contract with AEW expires at the end of 25. So this social media interaction fueled fan discussion at the time when Jericho's status with AEW is unclear. Now, Jericho, like I said, has not been on AEW programming since April of 2025 when he was written off television after a storyline where he walked out on the Learning Tree, Big Bill and Brian Keith. His extended absence has left many wondering about his future with AEW. Now, he did go on to tour with Fozzy, who has declined in their music abilities over the course of the last several years. But Rich Ward, their guitar player, is fucking phenomenal, and he used the guitar for one of my favorite bands, Stuck Mojo, which is a nice rap rock hybrid. And I said today, if you guys are interested in that type of thing, go seek Declaration of a Headhunter by Stuck Mojo. Fantastic record.
Declined in their abilities.
Yes, they suck, bro. There's nothing catchy. The music is just it almost sounds AI. Like Jericho don't even sound natural when he sings anymore. Have you heard them lately?
Lately, no.
Good. Just keep it that way.
Yeah, no, lately, no. And Judas is probably the only song that I would say has replay value for me, because that is a good song. That is a good song.
Yes, that's one of their more catchier tunes. Yes.
Yes.
But Meltzer noted that with the tour concluded, it's up to Tony Khan when he wants to bring back Chris Jericho, and right now he has not. So it is publicly known that Jericho's contract is up at the end of the year, and historically, AEW's kept talent off of television in weeks and months leading up to a contract's expiration, which could suggest that fans may have already seen the last of Jericho in an AEW ring. Now, a new contract negotiation would obviously be a steep price tag for Tony Khan, because Jericho is one of the, the veterans there making a boatload of money, 54 years old, limited schedule, 7-figure deal. It's going to take a lot to retain his services. He's not going to come cheap. And Meltzer did say on The Observer that a lot of talk is happening backstage in WWE and AEW about the possibility of Jericho making a return when his contract does expire. And according to the report, there's a significant amount of discussion. He says there's been a lot of talk about WWE. And I know from the WWE standpoint that there is a lot of talk about Jericho returning. You know, people speculating about the Royal Rumble, but nobody has officially said anything, and they can't until his contract is expired. I talked about this, Jason. I'll give you the floor first. All I'll say is that I know a lot of people in the sicko fan base are getting up in arms about him being a legit Judas and a turncoat and a traitor. I don't know why it comes off with the fan base over there. It almost feels like they are just completely anti-WWE and that's it. And they don't appreciate the pro wrestlers that they have been given in AEW to be on their television show. I don't think any negativity as far as what Jericho's contributions to AEW are should be talked about in a negative way. And I said, plain and simply put, he's their first champion. He basically was the face of AEW for a very long time in those first 3 years. And he was basically the reason why they are where they are. And you can't do any of this without Chris Jericho. And if there is a legit AEW Hall of Fame, I would nominate Chris Jericho as the first inductee to the AEW Hall of Fame. His contributions have been absolutely unbelievable to the company, and I don't think Tony Khan is where he is today without Jericho. But a lot of this is now leading to a discussion of like, oh, you know, he's old and we don't need him. He's a turncoat. I mean, none of these people want Jericho back on television on AEW anyway, so what's the big fucking deal if he goes to WWE or anywhere else? So I don't really understand why people are up in arms about this. What do you make of this?
Well, I mean, people are going to be up in arms anyway just because of the tribalism. I mean, that's to be expected. Look, I mean, as far as his contributions to AEW, he really was the key component to making that work. And I think Tony Khan understood that, like, what he had in him, he had someone who was coming from the other company with a tremendous amount of name recognition. He had a lot of credibility. He was a big name, right? He was bigger than, you had Cody and you had the Bucks and you had Hangman, and Kenny Omega was obviously a big name, but in terms of like, you know, mainstream wrestling, Jericho was a big get for them. And I remember the discussion around who should be the first AEW world champion at the beginning. And my opinion at the time was that you go with Jericho, because Jericho is the one that you start out with. And then ultimately you can build to him dropping the belt, whether it's Hangman or somebody else. And there's a reason why he was the first champion in AEW. So he was a very, very important building block to the foundation of that company. And there were certain things that he did over the years that were entertaining. And there was a lot of shit that he did that wasn't. And I feel like with the learning tree stuff especially, that was really, to me, the first real glaring example that as much as he tries to reinvent himself, and it seems to always work, like the magic was gone. because that just it was kind of mildly amusing at first, but it just died a death. And it just got to a point where Jericho became something that actually dragged the show down.
Yeah.
And I think he was overexposed. And the best way to use somebody like him at this point is in a part-time role. I don't think he needs to be on television every single week. I don't know that anybody wants to see him on television every single week. So if he was to go back to WWE, that's the only way you use him is in a part-time role. I think if he was to go back to WWE, and ultimately he'll go back there. I mean, whether it's now or years from now, like he's gonna retire there. He's gonna go into the Hall of Fame. If he was to go back now, sure, he'll get a pop coming out of the Royal Rumble. You can build a story for him going into a WrestleMania. You can put him in the Hall of Fame. Beyond that, there's not really a whole lot left to do. I think that people would really be terribly interested in. I'm not even convinced that he is really going to go back to WWE right now. Like, my first thought in reading this was, this is exactly what he wants out there because it's going to give him leverage when and if he signs a new deal with AEW. Because Tony knows, Jericho might leave me and go to WWE, and that'll be a bad look, and he loves Jericho. And so he may be, ponying up more money to Jericho. So Jericho may be able to get himself a better deal out of this and just stick with Tony Khan for another 2 or 3 years. I think that's also very, very possible. But if he was to leave and go to WWE, that's how you use him, right? You get that initial, like, he's been gone for so long, and some people don't even watch AEW. It's like, wow, Chris Jericho is back. And so you'll be in that honeymoon phase for a while. And you could build a story for him going into a WrestleMania, and you put him in the Hall of Fame, and he's that veteran guy that can just sort of be around. And that's it. I don't have the appetite to see Chris Jericho reinvent himself with the next character and have a faction and do, like, that's over and done with. Like, we saw that in AEW, and it got very ugly towards the end.
No, he needs to be in a situation where he can build some of that credibility back after the last 18 months of the learning tree. I think he spent an extra 2 years on television when he wasn't needed.
So what does that look? Building back that credibility, like, what is that? Is that him going on television and beating people every single week?
No.
Okay.
I would use him in I said this in the content that I put out today. Part-time is absolutely the best role for him. I don't know how you look at Jericho and find that there's absolutely no value there. If he goes back to WWE, a feud with CM Punk, a feud with Cody, a feud with Randy, there's still some value in Jericho being on TV in a very limited role. 3 to 4 matches a year. I would take that, even though I'm like you, I'm not really overly excited about seeing him as much as we have. I think there's some value still left in Jericho on WWE TV, plus a retirement match at WrestleMania, the Hall of Fame. WWE is going to look to monetize it, content, documentaries, vault stuff. As Jericho could go to Fanatics podcast family. There's a lot of stuff for him to do there and kind of reinvent himself.
There's always value in a big name that's been gone for a long time coming back. Like, there's always going to be value in that. And they're always going to get a big reaction when they come back. Although I will say I wouldn't mind it if he was to bring, Judas over with him as his theme. I certainly don't want him to get a Def Rebel special. So him bringing over Judas.
Imagine Def Rebel doing a remake of Break the Walls Down.
Jericho. And then the music starts.
Y2J.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, 25 years later, we're still doing the Y2J reference.
Oh my God.
So like the way Cody, for example, he was able to take his music Kingdom and bring that over. Like, I would probably do that with Jericho. But like you said, a very limited role. Nobody I think has the appetite to have Jericho. It's like a regular weekly performer on TV. Is there value? Of course there's still value there. In AEW, it just feels like he's done all that there is to do.
So why would Tony bring him back then?
And he was being over. Why would Tony bring him back? Because he doesn't want him to go back to WWE.
I understand that, but let him go.
So he's just gonna let him walk. He's not gonna make him an offer. He's not gonna put up a fight.
At some point, bro, you got to understand that Jericho has expended all that he could on AEW television. If he comes back, there's nothing for him to do. So why waste the money in bringing him back? Just let him go. Tony has to be a boss. Sit down and say, listen, I appreciate and acknowledge everything you've done for me. It's time we go our separate ways. And I even said, acknowledge it publicly. He's somebody that has done so much for AEW that you don't even have to mention where he's going. Thank him for what he's done and thank him for what he's done for AEW. Simple.
Sure, you can do that. But I think that Tony probably still sees enough value in Jericho that he is willing, or would be willing, to make him a lucrative offer to keep his services. And maybe he wants him around because he does have a veteran presence. Maybe he feels like behind the scenes, Jericho is helpful to people. Maybe he's counseling people, and maybe he has other ideas in mind for how Jericho can help behind the scenes. Like, I don't know. I can't put myself in Tony Khan's brain and know exactly where his head is at right now on Chris Jericho. But one thing I can tell you is I can almost guarantee you he's not just going to shrug his shoulders and be like, you know what? All right, you want to leave. That's not going to happen. So if Jericho's contract is coming due soon, I'm sure that if they are not already having conversations will be had, and Tony Khan is not going to want to lose him. Whether you think that there's still value in him in AEW or not, I think the problem is he's done all he can do, and he was overexposed. And those two things together are just fucking death. So Jericho's music would hit, and he would come out, and like I'm sitting here and I'm groaning, and it would just actively drag the show down because nobody wanted to see him anymore. It was like, how can I miss you if you never go away?
Well, that's the thing. Tony knew the learning tree was shit, but he allowed Jericho to, do that on television and Tony has an ear and eyes everywhere. Like, he knows what the fans are thinking. Like, everybody fucking hated it, but he allowed Jericho to do it on television.
Thing got shit canned.
I don't know why he didn't shit can this. He let this go on for 18 fucking months.
Because it was probably Jericho's idea,
Sure.
so it's not as easy as him being able to just go, no, we're not doing this anymore, because he respects Jericho, and Jericho has some level of influence there, obviously. But, like the idea, for example, with the learning tree, he brings in Big Bill and Brian Keith, two guys who, if they were not attached to the hip with Chris Jericho for all those months, very likely would not have been used hardly at all on TV. So at least with Jericho, it's like, all right, they have some direction here. But then it just went on and on and on and on and on. And it's like, my God, like, at what point do you just say enough is enough? Where is this going? Why is this still happening? How come you haven't already moved this story along? And then just when they finally started to move that story along and there was some sense of friction is when Jericho decided, I'm going to go away for a while. That's why I brought that up before. I said, well, it looks like we're not going to get a resolution to that. But the idea probably was, and should have been, okay, you know what? We're going to move Jericho down the card a little bit, and we'll put him with these two guys, and maybe he could help elevate them. And when this is all over, he can put them over, or at least Big Bill, and maybe they make a new star on the roster out of somebody like Big Bill. Meanwhile, Big Bill now, I can't remember the last time he was on Dynamite. I mean, I guess he and Brian Keith got beat earlier this year by the Hurt Syndicate, and now they're the Collision Cowboys, right? They don't even show up.
They've been feuding with Gates of Agony, I think, a Collision.
So there you go. So, like, in terms of their careers, where they were a year ago as compared to where they are now, are they in any better of a position now than they were then?
No, Jericho only used them so that he can remain relevant on TV. He didn't give a fuck about them.
Well, that's the other aspect of it. Yeah. I'm saying what it should have been was he's using his star, his influence to elevate them. But as was the case in other factions that he had in this company, and I keep going back to, Proud and Powerful as an example, where it just got to a point where they were actually being held back by continuously being associated with Jericho. Like, it did harm to their career. Maybe initially it was a great idea, like, the inner circle and all that, but these things drag on for so long, and then it's like, what is the benefit in it for these people? Bro, who is really truly being elevated?
Bro, they had every opportunity with the Jericho Appreciation Society to build Danny Garcia up with Bryan Danielson, and that whole fucking storyline went absolutely nowhere. That, like, the sports entertainers was the real pro wrestling thing. Bryan wanted Danny Garcia to be a pro wrestler, and Jericho wanted him to be a sports entertainer. And there was a great conflict there between Bryan and Jericho pulling at Danny Garcia. Which way is he going to go? And they fucking dropped it. They didn't go anywhere with it. Meanwhile, Danny Garcia was getting reactions bigger, 10 times bigger than what he's getting now, and they went nowhere with it. So, I mean, how much of that is Jericho's fault, and how much is that is Tony Khan's fault? Like, what happened there?
Well, I mean, look, there's blame to go around with both parties, because again, I'm sure Jericho is able to pitch ideas, and Tony probably lets him do a lot of his own shit. And Tony, at the end of the day, is still writing the shows, and he's still the boss. So they're equally responsible. But, like, when I hear, like, from some people, and there are people who think Jericho didn't elevate anybody, and then you have people who say, well, all he does is try to elevate people. And neither of those statements are exactly accurate. There are people who work with Jericho or were part of his faction, were partnered with him in some way. And I just don't see, looking back at it, how all of these people ended up better off for having been a part of the Jericho Appreciation Society, or for being a part of the Learning Tree, or for being a part of this or that. And so here we are in 2025, and it's like, are we going to keep spinning the wheel and doing the same thing over and forming a new group? And
no, Jericho needs to be about himself.
So that's where it becomes an issue of, okay, if he's going to stay, where does he bring value? What do you do with him if he stays? Or is there no value in him staying and you do let him go? I just don't see Tony.
I agree. I would agree with you. That's exactly what I said. Tony's going to think with his emotions and not with his brain. Like, if I'm Tony Khan, I'm letting Jericho walk. I don't give a fuck what he feels about Jericho, because there is going to be a perception if Jericho walks, WWE's already salivating. Haha, we stole one of the founding fathers of your fucking company. Like, what type of perception is that going to create?
Yeah, well, that'd be the first male world champion, I think, from AEW that they would be able to sign, which would be a nice feather in their cap. Yeah. So another reason why I think Tony wouldn't want to lose Jericho. So I don't know. I don't know exactly, how it's going to end up. I still feel in my head like Jericho may be able to use this as a leverage ploy and try to get more money out of Tony and stay, because he'll have more freedom. There's a big difference between WWE and AEW when it comes to certain freedoms that you will have working for Tony Khan as opposed to working for Nick Khan, right? And Paul Levesque. How much of that factors into things? If Jericho wants to continue to go on tours with his group, if Jericho has, you mentioned the Fanatics, maybe his podcast becomes part of the Fanatics. Like there's a lot of factors here, because Jericho does other things too. He's not just in the ring wrestling. And what does he want to do? Does Jericho envision himself one day being in a coaching type role? Does he want to have some kind of role with developmental and NXT? I mean, look, there's reports that The Undertaker had a hand in Triple Mania, or he was back. I know he was there at Triple Mania, but like he had a role maybe with that, and he wants to get into creative. Does Jericho want the same thing? Does he want to be part of that? Can WWE offer him something in that regard that Tony can't? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, they put the Ring of Honor World title on Jericho a couple of times. And I think they did it with the idea that they might be able to get a television deal for Ring of Honor. And wouldn't you know it, Chris Jericho, being the Ring of Honor World Champion, didn't get Ring of Honor a TV show. I'm as stunned as you are. But I think that's why they probably, or one of the reasons why they put the belt on him there. So that didn't really work out. So, I mean, there's a lot of mitigating factors here. What does Jericho want to do? What future for himself once he's done in the ring? What future for himself does he see?
We will see. I think right now it's 50-50. Jericho could obviously be playing a game, which I think a lot of people think he is, leveraging for more money. That's also a bad perception as well. It's like he's just trying to sucker more money out of Tony Khan, when Tony really shouldn't be paying someone like Jericho that type of money if he's going to bring no value or enhance the show in any way. Like, if Jericho was going to enhance the show and make the show watchable every week and have an effect on the ratings or the demos like that they used to brag about, the demo god, none of that is going to work out in his favor. So what are you paying for? Like, you're paying it to keep him actively away from WWE. I don't think that's worth the money to go out and do that and spend money on. Take that money that you're allotting Chris Jericho and hire a fucking writing team. That's what I would do. We know that's not going to happen. The fuck you need Jericho for? Let him go. Thank him for his time and goodbye.
Well, why do we hear that someone like Danhausen, who apparently requested that his deal not be extended due to, I guess, injury time, and then it was, why is it so important to keep somebody like him around who obviously doesn't want to be there anymore?
I don't know. Did you see the social media clip with him and CM Punk and that T-shirt that he got? And then we get this news following the weekend after seeing that clip. So if you're trying to piece the puzzle together, there you go. Danhausen is the owner of the keys to Khantanamo Bay, apparently. Fightful Select had reported earlier this year that Danhausen was in his contract year, and that specifically his deal would be up in July. Now that time is coming past, and he's still listed on the AEW roster page. They even had the balls to wish this guy a happy birthday last week. It's crazy. He is still with AEW. We're told, it says Fightful by AEW sources, that Danhausen's contract would have been up on July 1. However, there were months added to Danhausen's contract that take him into 2026, well into 2026. It's believed that Danhausen had requested to not pick up the option, and he was ready to leave the company after barely being used in the last couple of years. Right now, says Fightful, there is no creative plans in the works for Danhausen. Something really bothers me about that, Jason. And Tony Khan's been more, kind of forthright with his behavior in this sense, where if he gets a sense or he gets a sniff of them leaving to go to WWE, which I'm assuming CM Punk would have facilitated bringing Danhausen in, because I think Danhausen's someone that WWE can make money off of, and a Danhausen Mystery Iguana tag team certainly would appeal to someone like WWE.
Well, you know what? A CM Punk Danhausen tag team.
Something.
I mean, seriously, you don't think that those two guys wouldn't want to work together, and that Punk wouldn't want to use his name to try to elevate him a little bit? I could see that being some sort of weird kind of odd couple,
yes,
Austin Dude Love type of alliance. So like there are potential roles for him that I could see being successful for him.
I agree. I think that's a great idea too. But there's something that bothers me as just a human being. And it's not my money. I don't give a fuck. Tony's going to do whatever he wants to do with his money. But we say this every single time it comes up. We mentioned it with Phoenix. We mentioned it with Camille. We mentioned it with Wardlow. We mentioned it with Penta and Ricky Starks. There's something that just genuinely bothers me. If you are someone like Tony Khan and you actively go out there, think with your emotions, because you saw him with CM Punk on an Instagram reel, thinking that he's going to end up over there with CM Punk, and CM Punk, you can't mention CM Punk in any way in AEW, otherwise you go straight to jail. You can't mention CM Punk over in AEW. You can't mention it. It's true. It's true. Jesse and I always joke about it. Every time Punk is mentioned, someone gets punished.
It's a felony.
It's a felony. Him and Cody you can't mention them. But there's something that actively bothers me, bro, about Tony wasting money on someone that he's clearly not in a position to use or has no interest to use. Like, there's no reason to add time on top of his contract when you could have easily let him go and do whatever he needs to do. Why waste money to bring him back when we all see optically what you're doing? You're doing it to actively keep him away from WWE because of who he's friends with. And you're not pushing him because of who he's friends with and who he affiliates himself with. I just find that to be absolutely fucking terrible, and a terrible mentality, man. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, my attitude when it came to Miro and Phoenix and Ricky Starks, if you are not going to use this person, then there's no reason to keep them around. Everyone can talk about, well, there's contracts, and Danhausen did. He tore his pec and he missed, I mean, I don't know how many months, could have been 8 months, 9 months, I don't know what it was, but yeah, he missed a long time, and Tony is within his rights, I suppose, to tack that time onto the contract if he wants to. But if he's not actually planning on using Danhausen, which even when Danhausen came back from the injury, what did Tony do with him?
Nothing.
I mean, since he healed up and recovered, it's not like he's being used.
A Ring of Honor appearance, I believe, maybe a Final Battle. I don't know. I think so.
But I don't even think he's being used regularly in Ring of Honor. So like, he's just not around. And so if you are not going to do anything with him, then all you're doing at that point, you are keeping him around out of spite, whatever the reason is. It comes off as spiteful. If you're going to use him, that's a different story. So if Danhausen went to them, and this is what the report stated, that Danhausen had indicated that he was hoping they wouldn't, or he did not want them to add time to his deal and just let it expire. And obviously they did add time to it, and he's apparently going to be under contract through, I don't know exactly how long into 2026, but sometime well into next year. Now, we heard this with Ray Phoenix as well. He ended up getting an early release, parole, I guess you would call it.
Yes.
So it's possible that Danhausen may end up getting the same thing, but if not, and Tony really is not going to use him, that to me is the shitty part, right? You can creatively come up with something for him to do so he's not sitting on a bench at home. That's fine, but if not, there's no reason to keep him on ice. Just let him go. Cut your losses. Whatever you're paying him, cut your losses and let him go. And it's not, let's be honest here, it's not like Danhausen was a major factor on AEW television. He was not a major star. He was not pushed as a major star. And if he were to leave AEW, nobody would feel it because you don't see him now on TV. Nothing changes.
He'd be a traitor, bro. He's a Judas.
Well, then let him be a Judas, but fine. But who gives a fuck? Like, let him go somewhere else. If you're not going to use him, I don't understand the logic behind keeping someone under contract especially if you cannot add time to it, and then the contract would just naturally lapse. But then invoking more time, but still not having
it's
an
like
actual
you going
plan
to
on
the
what
gym,
to do
bro.
with
It's
them.
like you love going to the gym. It's like you paying for a gym membership and then not using the gym membership to go to the gym. Like, what the fuck you paying for?
Well, plenty of people do that. They pay for the gym. Well, what do you think happens on the new year, right? New year, new me. And they pay for a fucking gym membership and they go twice and then they don't go again. That's their own fault for being
Or it's
stupid.
like you pay for I pay for Spotify and I don't listen to Spotify. Like what are you wasting your money for?
Well, I mean, I pay for Spotify and I use it every day. So
Me too. Just trying to make
You
a
just said
point.
you
Like,
didn't.
why you spent? I use it every day. I'm like imagine me paying for it and not using it is what I said.
well, that would be very dumb.
And it would be this is very dumb. Why waste money on
Exactly.
someone that you're not using?
Exactly. We're in agreement.
Is he just throwing his weight around like, oh, look how much money I got. I could pay this guy and do nothing with him. I don't give a fuck.
My gut is that if that's what's going on here, I think ultimately Danhausen will probably, get what he wants. Again, just like Ricky Starks and Phoenix and all these people ended up getting, getting their release or whatever the word is. But I think the same will probably happen with him. I hope so. If he doesn't want to be there, and if Tony really isn't going to do anything with him, this is just going to drag on. And then if it becomes a war of words on social media, or because Danhausen in the past has been passive aggressive sometimes with some of his messages on social media, where you could tell he's unhappy. So if that starts to happen, it just causes drama and headaches for Tony Khan that he just doesn't need. I just don't see the point, right? It's like shit or get off the pot, one or the other. Use them or lose them.
Well, Tony
attitude.
could have saved himself a lot of headache and a lot of opinions on social media if he just did the right thing. Now people are going to be talking about it. They're going to force his hand, and then he's going to make a decision that he ultimately should have made already. I don't know. It's like a vicious cycle. I don't know why he continues to make the same mistakes.
I don't know.
Well, that's the latest on Danhausen. He will probably end up back in WWE because he's got Punk over there, and I'm sure Punk holds a lot of influence. So bringing him in, I'm sure Punk will convince somebody that they could make money off of masks and fucking face paint and puppets and all that stuff with Danhausen. So we'll see what happens with
they
him.
just got a little jar of
Teeth,
like fake teeth. Yeah. There you go.
Those fucking teeth, man.
That's fucking teeth, man.
I gotta do this first before we get into our next order of business here, because he is not only a VIP over here, he's a VIP over on the sound off as well. Havili with a $300 bomb. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen Havili in a couple of weeks, brother. What's going on?
Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't heard from Havili too. I was hoping he was okay.
He says, what's up, JD and Solomonster? With Naomi gone, what is the most likely options for the women's championship? A battle royal to crown a new champion, or a tournament where the winner faces Stephanie Vicaire? Let's say that we had the original matches for WrestleMania 41. What matches would stay and change? Thank you. Well, Havili, we talked about that, and I think Jason had the best and most simplest solution. Stephanie's owed a championship match because she won the battle royal at Evolution. Io was owed a championship match because she was supposed to wrestle Naomi last week, and Naomi was off the show last week, so she didn't get a championship match. Just do that match at Clash in Paris and crown a new champion, and Io is once again the women's champion. I think that's the best idea. Will WWE go and do that? I don't know. But I think you feel the same way, Jason. No more tournaments. We've seen enough tournaments this year.
Well, I mean, just in this case, we don't need one.
Yeah.
You don't need a gauntlet. You don't need a tournament. You just do the straight one-on-one match in this case. And you don't have a lot of time for a tournament anyway, because, Clash in Paris is less than 2 weeks away.
Or Battle Royal. I'm not a big Battle Royal fan, but no more Battle
We just
Royals.
had one. That's how Stephanie got her shot. She won a Battle Royal.
Yeah. And the WrestleMania 41 card, what matches would stay and change from the original matches? I don't remember the list that was on Unreal, but from first glance, I think the original card was actually a lot better than what we got.
Well, the one match on that card that intrigued me was Drew McIntyre and Braun Breaker with Steve Austin as the referee. So how they would have gotten to that, I would have liked to have seen that.
That's kind of out of left field with that one, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
But basically what we got at SummerSlam is, in my opinion, it was a redo from WrestleMania, because they realized that WrestleMania creatively was a fucking botch. And they tried to fix a lot of the mistakes that happened at WrestleMania because The Rock wasn't there. So I appreciate Havili, and so does Jason. Thank you, brother, for the 300 from Brisbane, Australia. What else do we got here? Let's talk some AEW and then get the hell out of here, man. We got Forbidden Door. Let's talk a little bit about Dynamite. Man, Dynamite Oh my God, they so frustrated the shit out of me, man. Where do I even start? I got bullet points that I talked about with Jesse on Wednesday. Number one, I don't know. You talk about AEW wanting to build up the future and build up Kevin Knight and Speedball Mike Bailey, Jet Speed. They are throwing these guys, and I don't give a fuck about either one of these guys. They're great wrestlers. I just don't have any emotional attachment to them, no emotional investment in what they're doing. Tony Khan is throwing these guys out there like they are jobbers to the stars. Kevin Knight lost to John Moxley on Wednesday. And after that, we got Darby Allin coming out with the fucking body bag and the body bag being fumbled with him and Claudio. The match with Kevin Knight didn't even fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. It was all about this body bag. And then the supposed rumored John Moxley versus Darby Allin match that ultimately we never got for Forbidden Door. But Kevin Knight's being treated like a jobber. They moved on completely, absolutely non-factor on Wednesday's show. Then they booked him versus Speedball the previous week. Then I believe this weekend on Collision, it's Jet Speed versus him and Yuta. Like, why are we burying our young stars? That was the first thing that kind of stood out to me. Then we got the Will Ospreay situation. And I know you and I talked about it. It's not really all that, smart of AEW to send someone out there that's got neck and spine issues and put him in a steel cage match. But 4 weeks ago, he comes out and says that I got C2 and C6 issues in my neck, and I'm going to take a little bit of a time away. I'm going to try my best to come back by Forbidden Door. And we all joked, is that Forbidden Door in 26? Or is that Forbidden Door this year? He's coming back by Forbidden Door this year. Don't know why they did that segment so serious 4 weeks ago, only to have him come on out and announce that he's going to be in a steel cage match at Forbidden Door. And the fucked up thing is here, and this is what generates so much frustration from my point of view towards AEW television. Ospreay is back, and sure, he's got a tie-in with John Moxley because they wrote him off at All In. They carried him off that show on a stretcher. But he shows up, he says, I'm bringing my friends, you bring your friends to Forbidden Door, and we're going to do this in a steel cage match, lights out. We don't know who his friends are. Later in the show, we find out that he's got Hiroshi Tanahashi, Kota Ibushi, Kenny Omega, and someone else that I can't think of right now.
Kota Ibushi.
And all these names were like, where the fuck were they on television that you're throwing them in a fucking steel cage match? Kenny Omega hasn't been on TV since All In. Kota Ibushi hasn't been on TV since All In. Like, what are we doing, and why are we building towards a match where these characters aren't even building towards the match on television? You just throw them out there on a graphic, and you want me to be excited about it because they're going into a steel cage match that's non-sanctioned. Now, I don't know what the steel cage match is going to be. Is this unofficially blood and guts? Can't be a standard regulatory steel cage match with 10 fucking bodies in there, unless it's going to be like a Hell in a Cell type of deal in AEW for the first time ever. So I don't know what they're doing there. And don't get me started on the Christian and Copeland thing. We'll stop there just so that we can address what we've discussed so far. But what did you make of this just nonsensical booking, bro? It seems so fucking haphazard and sloppy on Wednesday.
The Kenny Omega thing I don't really understand, because he's a big enough name where to literally just throw him out there on a graphic is how they announced his return. This is his first appearance, his first match since losing to Okada in Texas. There's no excuse for that. I can't understand that. The Tanahashi thing I get, because they had at least Ospreay in the back saying, hey, I talked to the ace, I talked to my former boss, and we're getting Tanahashi in. Because we already knew that Tanahashi was going to wrestle his last ever UK match on that show. I think that was announced months ago. But the Omega and Ibushi, especially Omega, and they're also billing it as like a Golden Lovers reunion, right? And because Omega and Ibushi as a team, especially to this audience, that's a big deal, seeing them back together as a team. But just announcing it via graphic. Yeah, the thing that really was like, what the hell are we doing here? Is the way everything felt so rushed. Like, Ospreay shows up on this show, and he throws out the challenge, right? Because Moxley doesn't want to wrestle Darby. So we thought we were going to get Moxley and Darby. Moxley did not want to wrestle Darby Allin. He said no to that. But apparently he says yes to wrestling Darby Allin in a 10-man lights-out steel cage match.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Darby Allin was the other name I forgot to mention. He's in that match too, yes.
So, yeah, Darby one-on-one, though, he ain't going to do that. But apparently it's okay if you throw all these other bodies in there. But, like, the way they set this up, it's like, all right, I'm going to get my friends, you get your friends. And it's like, all right, by next week, we'll find out what these teams are. And then by the end of the show, they just put them all in a graphic. Like, John Moxley and Gabe Kidd and Claudio and the Young Bucks. It's like, okay, I guess Moxley phoned Gabe Kidd and got him on board.
Bro, after Ospreay said Tanahashi was a part of the match, Moxley said, oh, okay. So he walks into the Young Bucks jobber locker room. He closes the door. He looks at them. And then we get no dialogue. And then the match graphic shows up.
Well, that's the thing.
Can you tell me what the fuck he said to them that they agreed to this nonsense?
Well, that's the thing. So, and this is one of the issues I have with these AEW shows. There are not enough characters on the show that are fleshed out through backstage segments like backstage dialogue. Right? They do it, but then you have situations like this where these are the types of segments that would help make the show or potentially, make the show more entertaining. And they either don't do it or they do it like they did here, where it's like behind closed doors. And then later on, we find out that they're partners via graphic that's on the screen. So that to me is a big mistake. And I think that they need to do more of that on television, not less of it. But just, again, the way they threw it out there in a graphic and everything was wrapped up in a nice little bow before the show was even over. And we don't even know how, Omega's in this and he's confirmed. And Ibushi, the funniest thing was Ibushi himself didn't even know he was in this match.
I saw
he found out about it on Instagram. And not only that he's in the match, but like, especially with his injury history, like, oh, I'm in a lights out steel cage 10-man match. Okay.
Fucking guy found out in an Instagram post that he's wrestling on the PLE.
I'm like, okay, this is certainly one way to put this match together. Yeah.
But what does Kenny Omega have to do with any of this? The last time we saw him, he's wrestling Okada. What is he going to do with the Death Riders?
Nothing. But they want him on the show. They want him on the show, and this is the idea that Tony came up with. And look, with Tanahashi, it's not a bad idea having Tanahashi in a match like this, just because he can kind of be hidden away and protect him to some degree, and he doesn't have to do a one-on-one match because his knees are just shot. So it's not a bad idea for him to be in a multi-person match. And for all we know, maybe he wanted to work with multiple people because this may be his last time to work with these guys. So for him, that's fine. But yeah, the Omega thing, like that, just there's no excuse for that. Like, he's a big enough name. Like, dude, it would be the equivalent of, like, to use WWE as an example, if they were to announce a match like this on a major event and they put a graphic up on the screen and you see that CM Punk is in this match out of nowhere. It's like, huh, just like that. Big name. We don't know how this all came about, and that's how they announced it. It would be weird. Like, you wouldn't do that because Kenny Omega is one of the biggest names in the entire company.
It's like a video game simulation. That's all. That's basically what it is. There's no dialogue. Like, how am I supposed to care if there's no dialogue?
But that's what's missing from these shows. I'm not look, and people are going to hear this and they're going to be like, it doesn't have to be exactly like WWE. I'm not saying they have to copy everything WWE does. That's not what I'm saying. But I do think you are missing out on some of the more entertaining parts of the show by not having like backstage dialogue segments. And it really hit me, by the way, earlier today. I don't know if you saw Sami Zayn, what he quote tweeted. USA Network's Twitter account put up the clip from 3 years ago. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago of the first time that Sami Zayn got a meeting backstage with Roman Reigns. Remember, it was on the couch?
Yes.
Got in there to finally talk to him. And I hadn't seen that in probably 3 years. And I watched it, and Sammy said, like, this is the segment that started it all. And like, I watched that segment. It was so entertaining. And it made me miss the good old days of the Bloodline story. That's the sort of thing I think that many times is missing from these shows. It's the connective tissue that really takes you from point A to point B with these stories, and they cut out so much of it. Like, they cut the middle part out. So you get from point A to point B, but you're like, how did we get there?
But bro,
like,
they are capable of doing it. I mean, they did it with Swerve and Hangman on Collision before All In. That was fucking unbelievable television. They choose to do it when they want to, and then other times they don't. Like, they're capable of doing it. In this case, it was needed, and they didn't do it. They're just fucking lazy.
Yeah, I mean, again, he wants there to be more wrestling than talking, and that's great. And that you could do that, but that doesn't mean that you have to, sacrifice all of these other segments that you could be doing. Maybe instead of throwing Renee out there for interview number 12 during the course of an episode, during an episode of Dynamite, you can have a segment like that. So that's something that's always bothered me that I think is really missing from these Dynamite shows, and it would have been very helpful in this situation, I think, but Tony has to, he has to rush this card out because it's coming up pretty hard and pretty fast, and he wants Kenny Omega on the show. How do we get Kenny Omega on the show? We only have 10 days left until Forbidden Door. There's not enough time to bring him in and then set up a new feud, so we'll just throw him into a 10-man match. I think it's as simple as that.
I don't know. I mean, we got Tanahashi who's retiring. We got Gabe Kidd, who I thought was injured. Apparently, he's in the fucking match too.
He had a torn meniscus, so I guess he must be good enough to go. He pulled himself out of the G1.
And then Ospreay's got his issues, whether that's as serious as he's making it out to be or not. I mean, this could be a fucking disaster for AEW on Sunday. So it's going to be the Walking Dead out there. I don't know. Is this going to be blood and guts, or is this going to be like an extended steel cage where it's going to be more like a Hell in a Cell to fit all these 10 bodies in there? What are we getting here?
No, it's not going to be blood and guts because blood and guts is 2 rings. So it's not going to be blood and guts. They would have announced that if it was going to be blood and guts. So the only thing I could think of is they did a match. I want to say it might have been Ospreay's or one of Ospreay's last matches in New Japan, where it was faction against faction. Might have been the Bullet Club War Dogs maybe against Ospreay's crew. I'm trying to remember what the teams were. And it was this weird cage that I had never seen before that kind of enveloped the entire... It was a really shitty looking cage, but it kind of enveloped the entire ringside area. So it might be kind of Hell in a Cell-esque. It almost has to be. Yeah. If you have one ring. I mean, how are you going to do this without this being a complete shit show?
I don't know. I'm just tired of the plunder.
And also, keep this in mind. It's not just a cage match. It's a lights out cage match, which means it's unsanctioned. And usually they close the pay-per-views with that.
Yeah.
So is this going to close the pay-per-view over Hangman and MJF?
I would hope not. Why would this close over the world title?
Well, because it depends. Maybe the finish of the world title match is not going to be a satisfactory conclusion to the show, depending on what they have planned, and so maybe they're going to go with this as the main event instead of that. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just tired of the fucking plunder, man. Everything AEW does is just revolving around plunder. Like I'm so over it. But that's what's happening. We had
plunder in the Raw main event last night too.
I mean, that's a controlled plunder, and that's even fucking terrible for their standards too. It's just awful. But yeah, that was one of the things that also bothered me on the show. Another thing that bothered me before we get to the Copeland-Christian thing, which really fucking bothered me, this MJF and Hangman thing, bro. I don't know how you feel about this. The one part I thought the promo was okay. We've seen better from MJF and Hangman. He starts to sound the same. He gets very animated. He yells. It's all the same promo. But there was something in the promo that he said that really had me scratching my head. And he talked about, goading MJF into using his contract. So MJF ran down the crowd, and he was angry, and he was yelling at everybody there. MJF promised to make Paige very, very angry. He then took the bait and called MJF an edgelord and a dumbass to Paige. Paige then said to MJF that MJF isn't going to goad him into a title shot. He has to earn it or cash in his Casino Gauntlet contract for the match. Now, I don't know what we watched the previous week, but we saw an 8-minute overrun with MJF and Mark Briscoe, where there was a backstage segment on that very same show where Hangman said to MJF he has to earn it by beating Mark Briscoe. But he said here that he has to earn it, and then that match was completely just kind of not even mentioned here. So why did they go out and say he had to earn it when last week we saw him all earn it by beating Mark Briscoe? What the fuck are we doing there? Why did they make MJF look like an idiot?
Well, he also beat Mark Briscoe with some controversy, which I thought they were gonna play that up more, and they didn't.
They didn't mention a fucking thing.
You could also ask this question too, by the way. MJF won a match against Mark Briscoe, right?
Yeah.
But that was like the 4th week in a row. Mark Briscoe had won like 3 straight Dynamite main events. How come Mark Briscoe wasn't deserving of an AEW champion? Like, what is the criteria to earn? And why does Hangman Page have the power to decide who he defends this championship against?
I don't know. And what are we doing on Wednesday, Matt? What are we doing? Like, he earned the match. Like it's stupid enough that he's got the contract and would be getting a championship match anyway. Like, you reserve that for just the cash in and the cash in only. But now he's getting a match, and both of their contract owners, Athena against Tony, and now MJF versus Hangman.
Both heels, by the way.
Both heels have just cashed it in and are getting a regular standard one-on-one match as if they are baby faces. Yeah. Like, how did we go about using this as a heel crutch to cheat and, kind of get one over on the baby faces too? And we're going to play by the rules now. Is MJF going to really play by the rules on Sunday night? I hope not.
Well, I mean, the match isn't going to start unless he signs the contract first.
That's another thing. He didn't have the contract on Wednesday, so I don't even know if he signed it or not.
Yeah, but if he doesn't sign it, then Hangman's just going to be like, I'm not going to give you a shot, because apparently he has the power to do that. So, I mean, the match is going to happen. He's going to sign the contract. The bell's going to ring, and he's going to cash in his contract.
Just so fucking stupid, man. I don't know. These little discrepancies in the script and the whole flow of what they're doing here. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I call this shit out.
You would have been better off. You would have been better off doing it the way that, like, King and Queen of the Ring, where instead of a fucking contract and that has to be signed, just have them win either a gauntlet or a battle royal, and it makes them the #1 contender.
That would have been too close to the Owen. They just did that for the Owen, no?
Well, it would have been similar to the Owen, but if the plan was to have them cash in these contracts in this way, it kind of, I mean, to me, it just kind of defeats the purpose.
Just give them a title match after winning the gauntlet and just call it a day, huh?
Well, they earn specifically a championship match at Forbidden Door. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If winning the Owen got you a title shot at All In, then this would be very similar, but it would get you a title match at Forbidden Door.
I would really look into canceling this gimmick, because they clearly don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. So we'll talk about the preview and predictions in a little bit. The Edge or Copeland and Christian thing. Man, this is a very hot button topic for me. I know some people were like, it doesn't matter. They were going to team anyway and blah, blah, blah. That's not the point I was trying to make on Wednesday. The point I was trying to make on Wednesday, and I will reiterate that here with you guys, is that AEW doesn't know how to build a moment. They sometimes do when they want to. Sting's retirement was fucking incredible, and there have been many. Hangman's moment was incredible this year, just to name a couple. But this should have been a fucking slam dunk moment, and I feel like they dropped the ball on it. I don't know why we are so in a rush to get this tag team together so that they can walk into Toronto at All Out and be a team. My point is, and the point I tried to make was, it took us 6 or 7 weeks for MJF to be initiated into the Hurt Syndicate. But it took 3 weeks, 4 weeks maybe, for Copeland and Christian to come together and become a tag team again.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say, and for all the weeks it took him to be initiated to be initiated into the Hurt Syndicate, it took 2 weeks for him to be kicked out of the Hurt Syndicate. I'm just saying.
Oh my God, man. It's a fucking comedy show. I listen, I don't know why we need Copeland and Christian versus Nick Wayne and Kip Sabian on this show.
Well, here's why. And I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but the idea is we need to wrap up the patriarchy storyline. If we're going to go in this direction with FTR, which I assume is the direction we're going in for Toronto, we can't do that until we wrap up this patriarchy stuff.
So why didn't we do Christian Cage versus Nick Wayne?
Because they want to do Nick Wayne and Kip Sabian. And
Who
maybe
gives a
save
fuck
Christian
about
against,
Kip Sabian?
and maybe save Christian and Nick Wayne as a Dynamite match, which I'm certainly hoping we get, because to not get that as a singles match to me at some point is ridiculous. They've been building to that for months.
There's no better way to book Nick Wayne and Christian Cage in a way where he gets beat down by the patriarchy or the matriarchy, and then Copeland comes out to save the day, and we get Nick Wayne to get a clean victory over Christian Cage and put him over.
Well, whether he gets the clean win, well, yeah, that's what I would have done. I would have had him beat Christian and then the beat down and then the save. Yeah. But so that is what I would have done. In this case, though, this is the way that Tony came up with, where we can get Kip and Nick Wayne together at the same time in the ring against Christian and Copeland. It gives Christian and Copeland a win under their belt, and the attraction now, because you talked previously about how you didn't think that the match at All Out needed to be for the titles.
Yes.
That the attraction is the reunion of Cope and Christian in Canada. They've now taken that away. The attraction is no longer Cope and Christian being reunited because you're giving it away at Forbidden Door, which means the match in Toronto almost has to be a tag team championship match.
But bro, they I don't know why you can't do a 2-for-1er. Like, why can't you have the attraction and it be for the tag team titles? And what's the big deal?
Because he thinks he can double dip and get one on one pay-per-view and then one on another show. You know,
but they hugged on Dynamite, and that was the whole fucking moment. Like, why did you give that away? Like, you should have saved that for All Out. That was the big moment. Them finally coming together. And
I thought that's what they were going to do when they did the injury angle with the concerto to Christian. I didn't expect him to be back a week or two later.
Have we figured out how he found his way? Like, did we film any vignettes? How exactly did he come to the conclusion that he wants to team with Copeland? And why did he hug him?
I would hope that we get those answers tomorrow night. That's all I could hope for, because your guess is as good as mine. I
feel dumber for talking about this, honestly. This is 2 weeks in a row now we've talked about this. I don't know. I don't know. Like, the hug should have never happened on Wednesday. The tag team match at Forbidden Door, in my opinion, should not be happening until All Out. I don't know why you couldn't do the tag team match and the tag team match for the titles against FTR and then winning and then hugging at the end of that match and finally coming together all in one night. Was that so difficult? I mean, the company wants to make moments when they want to make moments, but this is their slam dunk moment.
What do you have Copeland do at Forbidden Door then?
Come out and save Christian from a beatdown. That's what you have him do. And then you wrestle it all out. Why does he need to be on this show with fucking 18 other matches?
Because the hug would have been more impactful in front of that crowd at Forbidden Door.
Then in Toronto?
No, I'm saying the hug. So the actual...
Oh, no. I get what you're saying, bro. I would have saved the hug for Toronto.
So you would have saved the hug for Toronto?
Yes, I would have saved everything for Toronto, bro.
Oh, no. You need them in the ring together. The reunion is the attraction for Toronto.
All right.
The hug. Why would you wait until Toronto to do the hug?
You build it in a way where they need each other. Copeland needs Christian to battle the patriarchy. Copeland needs Christian to battle FDR. It goes back and forth.
Okay. But whatever that first match is going to be, maybe it's not FTR. Maybe it's against the patriarchy. The first match should be at All Out. You're not doing a hug at All Out. You're doing the first match with them together at All Out.
I would have saved everything, bro. You could have easily booked it the way that I said it and had it be more impactful. I don't know.
Now you could have given it a few more weeks. You could have done the hug on TV another week in front of maybe a bigger crowd, or did the hug at Forbidden Door and then the first match at All Out. I would not have waited until All Out for the hug. I would not have done that. I think you need to do the match.
So what do they do on television? You mean to tell me that you think that would have been better and then just kind of do the match at All Out instead of building on television for an extra 3 or 4 weeks about them kind of being hesitant towards each other and not trusting each other and telling that story over a 3 or 4 week period and then doing everything in Toronto? Like, what's the television going to look like now that they're all on the same page? Are we just going to get them on television and do what exactly?
It looked to me when they did the hug like Christian was still not sold on this idea. It wasn't like he fully embraced Copeland. He still looked kind of conflicted about the whole thing. That's why I said I would hope that tomorrow night and on TV at some point, there's a promo segment with the two of them and they can go back and forth and they can play things out there. Maybe Christian's not fully on board yet, even though they have a match coming up at Forbidden Door. That doesn't mean they're back on the same page fully 100%. Like the story of this match is, I hate to say it, but can they coexist? Are they truly on the same page here? Does Christian trust him? Does Copeland trust Christian? Maybe there's issues between them in the match. Maybe they lose, which is hard for me to imagine, but maybe they lose and the patriarchy gets a win over them because of it. They're not on the same page.
This is the same company that put Kenny Omega and Kota Ibushi on a fucking graphic within 30 seconds of a match announcement. Well, and you think that they're going to do this right? You got a lot of hope. You give them a lot of hope, bro. I wish I was more like you.
Say that I think they're going to do it right. I'm saying that's how I would do it. That's how I would, play it out. Now that the hug's already happened, if he's not fully sold on this, like, you can still kind of tease it out, like what's going to happen. Maybe this is going to fall apart. It's like they've already done it. So now that it's done, how do we make it as good as we can possibly make it without it just being, okay, we're back together, everything's all hunky dory. Like, there's still a way to do it. Let's see if there's a segment with them tomorrow night where it looks like Christian's not really.
Well, if they're not back together, then why did they hug?
Well, it was Copeland who wrapped his arms around Christian, right? The question maybe is, why would Christian come out and save saved Copeland.
Yeah.
Because he came out to save him from a spike pile driver, right, at the hands of FTR.
Yeah.
That's something he should be explaining to us tomorrow night. I don't know the answer to that. But it was Copeland who threw his arms around Christian for the hug, because Christian went to go leave, and Copeland pulled him back in and gave him a hug. Christian didn't hug him.
I don't know, man. I would have done this a lot differently. This actually was a slam dunk. I think AEW dropped the ball on this, but hopefully they can recover. We'll see what happens tomorrow. FTR and Brodito will get their match tomorrow, and the winner of that gets the Hurt Syndicate at Forbidden Door, which we will go over now. This is a lot, and even what I'm looking at, there's even more that's not on this this piece of paper I'm looking at here.
Yeah, well, we don't even know any of the like the 0 hour stuff. I mean, there's probably going to be 3 or 4 more matches added to this card that we don't know about yet.
Before we do that, quickly here, I do have it in the notes here. Ace Austin now joining AEW. He made his debut on Collision against Ricochet in a losing effort. I think Ace Austin's great, got a great look. Obviously, ABC tag team partner of Chris Bay before he went down with injury. According to TNA sources, Bay's contract would have been nearing its end if not for his in-ring incident that has him out now. The report notes that Bay is still considered to be with TNA and is being paid under terms of his existing deal. Austin...
Did you see the video that Chris Bay posted today?
No.
Yeah, he posted a video of him like working out in the gym. He's ripped. Like he's in great shape.
Nice. Yeah. That's great. That's an amazing story. Austin's signing marks the end of his successful 7-year run in TNA, 3-time X Division champion, 3-time World Tag Team champion. He is the latest high-profile free agent to join AEW, obviously following in the footsteps of Josh Alexander. This is a good signing for them. Again, I said, and you know, a lot of people take me to be negative, but there's a lot of truth in what I say, and it's a lot of concern because AEW's roster is bloated. You know, you look at Josh Alexander, Jason, coming over from TNA, and he's a fucking great wrestler, world champion. He settles into AEW, and he's in the Don Callis family, which is a good role for him, but he's been an absolutely non-factor on AEW television. Now you look at Ace Austin coming on in, and it may be a good signing because he's a great fucking talent. He's young. He's got a good look. But I just feel like it's going to end up the same way that Josh Alexander ended up, and it's not going to really be an impactful signing, and he's going to settle into being a quote-unquote collision cowboy on Saturday night. I mean, good for him for making a paycheck, but I don't really get a sense of excitement with him joining AEW.
Well, I mean, it's not like a major marquee signing. I mean, he's a talented guy. And I think that, you know, he'll be a solid addition to the roster, but a solid addition as, you know, like a TNT championship contender, someone at that level. And maybe from there they can build him up, you know, to something more than that. But, you know, he's known a lot for his tag team work. Him and Bay were a great tag team. And now he's on his own. And I think, again, solid addition, but not somebody who's going to move the needle right away for them or anything like that. So you sort of ease him on into things. And it's very easy to get lost in the shuffle with a roster that big. We've seen it with a lot of people there before. So ultimately where he ends up, does he end up more on Collision than Dynamite? Probably. But yeah, he's a great wrestler. So, you know, it's a solid pickup for them.
He made his debut on this past Saturday against Ricochet. Forbidden Door is this Sunday. And like we said earlier, 1 p.m. start time. I thought it was 3 p.m., 1 p.m. So I have to slightly alter my weekend plans because I had everything revolving around that 3 p.m. time. O2 in London. Incredible crowd for AEW over in the O2. They have, I think they'll sell it out. It's going to be near 19,000 or so in the O2.
And it's indoors and not outdoors, which will probably make it even louder than it normally would be.
And that crowd, I'm looking forward to. The one aspect of the show I am looking forward to is the energy, for sure. So we'll start with this. IWGP World Championship on the line. Zack Sabre Jr., he will be defending that title against Nigel McGuinness with Danny Garcia in his corner. This is obviously done for the European professional wrestling scene, as these two guys, you know, I'm not the biggest Zack Sabre guy. Nigel's in this for one reason and one reason only. It's because of where they are. I sense a heel turn here, Jason. I think Danny Garcia is going to turn heel on Nigel. Zack Sabre is going to win. Not particularly interested in this, but I got Zack Sabre retaining the IWGP title.
Yeah. Zack Sabre Jr. is not losing the championship here to Nigel McGuinness. It's. I will say though, like Nigel being able to come back and have matches like this is pretty cool because at one point it looked like he was done and he wasn't going to come back. And it wasn't like he wasn't, medically cleared. He had just made the decision a long time ago that he was an announcer and he wasn't wrestling anymore. And being able to see him from time to time is cool. It's not Nigel McGuinness from 2008 Ring of Honor or anything like that, but him in there in London against Sabre, like, it's the perfect match in the perfect environment for him. So I think it'll be a very good match, especially if you're into that very technical sort of mat-based style. But he won a 4-way on Collision. Daniel Garcia was in the 4-way. And Daniel Garcia was not very happy about losing. And it was Nigel who asked him, requested that he be in his corner. And ultimately, Danny was like, okay, yeah, sure. He accepted. So there's a reason for this.
Yeah.
So the heel turn or playing a role in some way that ultimately ends with Nigel losing seems to be the direction here. But yeah, Sabre's not losing that title.
Zack Sabre has had... when was the last time he wrestled a Forbidden Door? He wrestled Orange Cassidy, right? At Forbidden Door? Mm-hmm. That was a very good match.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Who else did he wrestle? Did he wrestle anybody else? Was this just those two appearances?
He was supposed to wrestle Bryan Danielson, and Danielson wasn't cleared, and I think that might have been the night Claudio debuted.
Oh, yeah, that was a good match, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good match. Yes, Zack Sabre has had some good Forbidden Door match. When did that Bryan match happen with Zack Sabre? That was a great match, too. That happened on pay-per-view?
Yeah, but I think that was the first Wrestle Dream, wasn't it?
Maybe. And
then they had a second match in Japan a few months later.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not the biggest Zack Sabre guy, but, man, the guy can fucking wrestle his ass off. Death Riders, we talked about this. Gabe Kidd, Death Riders, Young Bucks against Darby Allin, Hiroshi Tanahashi, Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, and Kota Ibushi. Where Kota Ibushi found out about this match on Instagram. Lights out steel cage match. We don't know what exactly that means. It's unsanctioned. What type of steel cage match? I guess we'll see on Sunday. Probably going to be more like a Hell in a Cell where all 10 bodies can fit in because it doesn't sound like it's a regulatory steel cage match. I sense the Death Riders win here, Jason, simply because they lost at All In, and then I think Darby will beat Mox at All Out. So I think we'll be trading wins back and forth. I think the Death Riders win this steel cage match on Sunday.
I have Team Ospreay going over here. To me, though, like, it almost doesn't even matter. It's just going to be mass chaos. It's just going to be one giant clusterfuck, nonstop action, crazy spots. My only hope is that everybody makes it out in one piece. Tanahashi, Ibushi, Ospreay, because there's going to be some just crazy, insane shit going on here. One thing I just noticed on the Ring of Honor YouTube channel 5 days ago, they uploaded, this is from 2006. It was the Team ROH against Team CZW Cage of Death match.
Yeah.
This might give us a sense of the kind of cage we're looking at here. If you see this, it's a cage. It's almost like an octagon type cage, but it surrounds the entire ringside area, and it's short. It's not that tall, and it's kind of in the style of like the old blue bar cage. It's not blue, but it kind of surrounds the entire ringside area. So that might be the kind of cage that we're looking at here for this match.
It's like the fight pit in WWE with Matt Riddle?
Kind of. Yeah. It's a short cage though. It's not that tall. This would make sense. Because again, if it was 2 rings, it's not 2 rings. If it was 2 rings, then we would know.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the purpose of this is. It's just for plunder and to get everybody on the card. I was going to say, do you see Will Ospreay kind of starting the match and getting taken out early on so that they could really kind of just let him rest? I don't know how smart it is for them to be putting him in a situation where he's got C2 and C6 neck issues. Do you see him getting taken off the TV here on Sunday and just kind of leaving his team one man down? Or maybe we get a replacement early in the match?
No.
No?
No.
Right.
I think he wants to be on this show and he wants to wrestle. He's not there to do an injury angle and disappear. Like, he wants to be in this match, and I think he'll be in the match.
Well, we're not medical professionals, so good luck to Will Ospreay. I don't think it's a good move if he's legitimately injured, but we'll see. I'm going Death Riders. Jason is going Team Ospreay. That is the lights out steel cage match. Hurt Syndicate, Bobby Lashley, and Shelton Benjamin. They will more than likely be wrestling FTR. FTR's got their match against Brodito. That's Brody King and Bandito tomorrow night to find out who wrestles the Hurt Syndicate on Sunday. I'm going FTR. I think Jason's going to go FTR as well. But the thing is, we get FTR, Copeland-Christian at All Out. How do we get the titles off the Hurt Syndicate after the story that came out last week with MVP and the creative control and them not wanting to lose to whoever? FTR was mentioned there.
Well,
do we get MJF kind of stabbing them in the back here?
Well, again, it wasn't creative control in the traditional sense.
Yes.
It was things were pitched that he didn't like. But as I said last week, it's Tony Khan's company. And if Tony Khan wants FTR to win, FTR is going to win. Now, are they going to win clean? I don't think so, just because you got two heel teams, which is what makes me wonder. I think FTR is going to win tomorrow night also, but I would not rule out the possibility that this ends up becoming a triple threat match. And we get some sort of disputed finish or non-finish tomorrow, and Brodito ends up being added to this match as well at Forbidden Door, just to get a babyface team in there. I mean, even if people cheer for the Hurt Syndicate, they're not really a babyface team.
Like a time limit draw tomorrow?
Something like that, because Brody King and Bandito, they're a great team, and they're very popular. I don't see them leaving London with the titles, but if they were in the match, then I think that would probably make the situation a little bit easier, where you don't even have to necessarily pin Shelton Benjamin or Bobby Lashley to get the belts off of them, which is what I thought they were going to do in Texas when they made it a multi-team match, and then the Hurt Syndicate just fucking won. So now here we are again. I wouldn't rule that out as a possibility. I wouldn't necessarily say that Brodito is not going to be a part of that match in some way, but it doesn't change the outcome. FTR still leaves tag team champions.
Don't we feel like there's an over reliance on outside interference and fuck finishes in pro wrestling? Why can't we just have a straight 2-on-2 tag team match or a 1-on-1 match with anybody and get a clean winner? Like, what is the big deal about losing if you are Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin to a team like FTR? Now, I might not be the biggest Dax Harwood guy, but I love FTR. I think they're the best tag team in the world. What is so bad about losing to a team like FTR, who are probably the most credible team in the entire company? Like, you could lose clean. It's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the big deal here?
Sure. Because nobody wants to lose. And everybody is everybody, well, even like in terms of like the bookers and stuff, like they're just so afraid to beat stars. So we have to, like, in a multi-person. Why do you think all the qualifying matches for like King and Queen of the Ring were triple threat matches? And like, it's a WWE, AEW, it's across the board. Like, they're afraid to beat stars. They feel like we can't beat the stars. So we'll have somebody else involved to take the fall, or somebody interferes, or there's some kind of, bullshit going on. I don't agree with it. I think it's ridiculous and it's out of control, but that's why they don't want to beat the stars.
It's fucking stupid. But on the same show, they have Okada and Swerve in a unified title match, and according to the rules, there's no outside interference, and one has to lose clean. So why is it all right there, but it's not all right over here?
Then I think all matches should adopt the unified championship rules. All matches should adopt the Continental Classic rules.
Oh my god!
Think about the absurdity
is so
of that,
frustrating, bro.
I mentioned that during the tournament last year. Like, how absurd is it that they have a tournament and the rules are that nobody can interfere? And nobody thought maybe we should adopt that rule for every match. It's silly. It's stupid. But that's wrestling. There's a lot of silly, stupid shit in wrestling that you can't explain because it doesn't make any sense.
I could absolutely see what you have brought forth here happening tomorrow. A triple threat just to get Bandito and Brody King on the show.
I wouldn't mind it.
I mean, neither. I mean, as long as, it sucks that Brody King's got to be another loser because he's just a fucking huge dude and deserves a lot better, but they need someone to take a pin, and like you said, they're two heel teams. Though I think the Hurt Syndicate walking into the O2 is probably going to be more of a babyface reaction, so we'll see what happens. But FTR walking out the tag team champions, I think that's the way that they are going there. No MJF interference here? After what happened with him in the Hurt Syndicate? No? Okay.
No. I now that we know he's in the World Championship match, I'm going to say no.
All right, I'll save my other question for when we get there. Okada Swerve. Unified Championship match. I'm going to be honest with you, bro. Two great wrestlers. I think Swerve is one of the MVPs in the company. I don't think the guy has bad matches. Okada, I don't honestly, New Japan, you guys, you New Japan elitists, I don't really see what Okada's brought for AEW. I don't see the value in Okada here in AEW. It's just another fucking, great match guy who puts on banger matches. It's I need more, bro. And what I'm trying to get at is here, what's the story? Like, what are we going for here? What's the story? Why do we care? Why should we care?
The story, and it kind of came out of nowhere. In that segment they did last Wednesday, they spoke of a knee injury. And I said, knee injury? Like, when did this happen?
Sure.
So I must have missed something along the way. I don't think it was anything that happened on Collision. So I don't know where this knee injury came from, but it seemed like they were building in an excuse for Swerve for when he loses this match.
Yes.
Because again, if you're going to beat a star, you gotta have some kind of an out. You got to give him some kind of an excuse. So that's what that feels like to me. And by the way, what a waste of a segment that was.
Bitch.
Yeah, that was it. That was the entire point of the whole segment. Like, okay, great. So I think that's the whole idea of the knee injury, is that Swerve's going to lose, and that injury will come into play during this match. And so I have Okada retaining. Okada should retain. Okada should not lose this championship until he steps into the ring with Konosuke Takeshita,
Who won the G1?
Who just won the G1 Climax, which was very interesting because I think after the G1 he made a comment that he would like to walk into the Tokyo Dome as the champion, not wait to get his title shot at the Tokyo Dome. That's like what Zack Sabre did last year. And he won the title, and he went into Wrestle Kingdom as the champion. And so my thought process is maybe he wins the IWGP title in these next few months, goes into Wrestle Kingdom as the champion, and then drops the belt there. Because I just cannot see him having like a long, proper run next year as the champion. That's a full-time job, and he's Tony Khan's guy. Tony Khan's not, he let him do the G1. That's why he hasn't been on TV. But I can't imagine that he's just going to win the title at the Dome and hold it for 6 months. So I don't think if he wins it, I don't think he'll have it for very long. And once he drops it or whatever, you can do whatever you want with him and Okada. So I don't know what the timing on this would be, but to me, the end goal should be Okada dropping this championship to Takeshita. Once they got him back, full-time on TV, play the story out. You could do that in the meantime. You don't have to rush into the match. Again, to the point that we made before about how sometimes they rush into these things.
They'll do it all out, bro. Don't worry.
Probably. But like, we only had that one segment like 2 months ago, right? In the back where
yes,
they kind of looked at each other in a way where it's like, oh, they don't like each other. But like, you got to play it out in like backstage segments, or, they have a match where they're on the same team on Dynamite and there's a miscommunicate, like play it out. And then a few months from now, you build to the match, maybe World's End, maybe you
hear that, Tony? Wrestle Dream is where a good place to do it in October.
Well, again, depending on the on the situation with the IWGP title.
Now, you know who's not a Tony Khan guy, bro? Evil, from what we read this week.
Yeah, well, Evil's not a guy for a lot of people.
Well, why? Apparently, Meltzer said this was the lowest attended G1 in history. What happened?
Well, I think it was Brandon Thurston who said that it was the lowest attended G1 in at least 10 years, if not more.
Is Evil to blame for that?
No, the product is just very cold. COVID really hurt them. Well, it's two things. You can't just blame it on COVID. COVID, they have not recovered from the COVID era as other companies have, but the booking is just not good. Ghetto is just not good.
How much of that also has to do with Tony taking all their top guys?
Well, that hasn't helped, but they have this nucleus of like younger talent, and they just haven't pulled the trigger on any of them yet. So to the point that I made before about the G1, and I didn't catch nearly as much of it this year as I tried to in the past. But like one of their stars, I say young stars, I think he's like 30 or 31, but it's this guy Yota Tsuji, and he got eliminated in the semifinals by Evil, which was quite the decision.
I'm sure that went over well with the crowd there.
Yeah. So like that's why I'm thinking like if Takeshita were to win the championship from from Sabre before you even get to the Tokyo Dome, you could potentially have a championship match on that show where Takeshita is defending against a guy like a Yota Tsuji, and that could be like the crowning moment for him. They desperately need to make new stars. Tanahashi's on his way out. Naito is gone. Everyone else has been signed away. Will Ospreay and Jay White and Kota Ibushi's been gone for a few years now, but like they've lost so many people. Part of the issue is they just have not pulled the trigger yet, like really gone all in on any of these younger guys yet. So there's a bunch of different reasons why New Japan's in this funk that they're in. But yeah, Tony Khan, obviously got a lot of their names. The thing is though, like I can't just blame Tony Khan for it because they wanted to leave. If they didn't go to AEW, I'm sure some of them would have left anyway. They would probably be working for fucking Triple H right now. I mean, they know they can make more money in the States. So they were probably going to leave no matter what. It feels like all their talent has been raided, but I think you're giving Tony a little too much credit here. Like they had other reasons, I think, to want to leave. Okada, obviously he got a big payday, but I think if he didn't go work for AEW, Okada was gone anyway. I think he would have gone to WWE.
All right, so say they give the title to someone like you mentioned, Yota Tsuji. Yeah. Is that going to be enough to bring people back to watch the New Japan product? Or what are we doing after that?
Well, I mean, that in and of itself, no. You've got to continue to build him, and they have there's again 3 or 4 other guys as well. You just have to start building them up quicker. You got to start featuring them in main events and putting them in matches against other people who can help, give them credibility. And it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight, but my God, the old guard, they've aged out. They're gone. You don't have them anymore. They relied on these people for so long. The Tanahashis and the Okadas and the Naitos. That was like those 3 guys right there in Ospreay. Those are their core guys. They're gone. Tanahashi's last match is on January 4th. After that, he becomes the president and nothing more. And so it's like you can't rely. WWE had that issue many years ago where they kept going back to the same people. Undertaker, Chris Jericho, and Triple H. And it's like you can't keep falling back on these guys. You've got to make new stars. Like every company goes through this.
I don't know. Give it a couple of years. Maybe when WWE buys TNA, maybe they set their sights on New Japan.
Nothing would shock me at this point. When you look at what's happened in wrestling in the last couple of years, like nothing would shock me.
I don't know, man. That Rock Instagram post with him in the Rubik's Cube. Some subliminal messages over there.
People thought he was buying New Japan because he was wearing a T-shirt. Like,
who knows, man? Who knows? We'll see.
That died a death.
Swerve is not winning the Unified Championship. Okada will very much retain. Should be good graps. No more, no less. No story going in, no story coming out. Timeless Toni Storm. She will defend against Athena, who is cashing in her Casino Gauntlet contract. If there was one that I wanted to see kind of sneak in and steal a championship, it would be Athena. But we got this traditional one-on-one match, which does not give me hope, Jason, that Athena is walking out as the new women's champion here. I am terribly afraid that Athena loses here, bro, and gets banished back to Ring of Honor.
Yeah, that would be pretty awful. But she is still the Ring of Honor Women's Champion. Yeah. So she's not done with Ring of Honor. And I have Timeless Toni Storm retaining.
Yeah.
And my rationale, my logic is, given that Athena is still the Ring of Honor Women's World Champion, I don't think they want more than one woman doing the belt collector gimmick. That's kind of owned by Mercedes right now.
I think you are correct, yes.
Yeah, so I would love to see Athena win the championship. I would hate the idea that both contract holders are going to fail on the same show, but I think that Toni Storm is retaining.
I don't know why they rushed to do this match here when you could have had, I mean, you got 12 months to cash it in. Like, why did they just immediately rush to cash this in, have Athena drop the Ring of Honor championship, build her up for the main stage, build her up to eventually take the title of Toni Storm, and then maybe build towards Athena and Mercedes one-on-one. Like, that's the whole vision here. Yet they've just kind of rushed through this, and now this is going to be basically a toss-away. Like, I don't really understand the logic here. But I'm not booking the show. I don't know. Athena should be on the main show. The Ring of Honor Championship, the Forever Champion, whatever the fuck they're calling her, It's useless. It's useless.
She's on and I'm happy. I'm happy that she's finally been on Dynamite. She's been on Dynamite every week. This is what I've been crowing about not even all year, the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So at least she's been on the main show. They're going to do a match in Glasgow tomorrow night. It's going to be Mercedes and Athena against Alex Windsor and Alex Windsor.
There you go.
Windsor. And who is she teaming with?
Tony Storm.
Yes. So I forgot. So they're doing that match tomorrow night, which again in front of that crowd I think should be fun. But yeah, if she gets banished back to ROH only after this, then Tony has truly lost his mind. Yeah,
Tony Storm's gonna win. We'll see what happens. Should be a good match, but Tony's gonna retain. We have Mercedes. TBS Championship on the line. Mercedes will defend her fatal four-way against Alex Windsor.
Yes, as everybody in the chat is saying, Mrs. Bruv.
Yes, Miss Bruv.
Yes.
Persephone. And a to be. Is that
some kind of new iPhone that just came out?
Is that I
Persephone? Persephone.
Ah.
My God. You live a very sheltered life for a wrestling fan.
Bro, I don't watch this stuff, man. I mean, who?
Persephone. It's like John Cena.
That's the way I'm reading. It looks exactly how
Who's
I'm pronouncing
this
it.
John Cena guy that I'm seeing on TV on this retirement tour?
What's her name? Persephone?
Persephone.
Persephone. Okay.
Persephone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we don't know. Yeah, from CMLL.
Yes.
We don't know who the representative is yet. Still from Stardom.
Saray?
I don't know. They haven't announced it yet. Even Mercedes, I think I saw Mercedes posted something on Twitter where they had there was a tweet promoting the match, and the graphic there's still like that mystery slot, and Mercedes is just like question mark, like what's going on? She tagged Stardom and said question mark.
I saw that.
So I mean, tomorrow night we have to find out who it is, and it'll probably be somebody you've never heard of before. So it doesn't matter because they're not winning the match. None of these women are beating Mercedes here to win the championship. And here we are now in mid to late August already. October 10th is when she will either tie or break the record as the longest reigning TBS champion of all time.
All right, that'll be right around Title Tuesday, anniversary show.
Yes. So they've made it this far. She's not losing this title.
No. I called that months back. I was surprised they actually went and did it, but Alex Windsor's only here because it is London. I don't know who the Stardom woman's going to be. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. Like you said, Mercedes is going to retain the championship. I don't have any emotional tie-in to this match at all. Mercedes got this thing now. Everybody that's holding a championship as a female performer in the industry, she's like putting eye emojis on their tweets. Like she wants all the belts, bro. Like she wants to take this to like double digits now. Never mind 8. She wants to be 11, 12,
yeah,
13.
It's become an obsession. Yeah.
Listen.
Every time there's any sort of woman on social media who posts about a championship that they have, like she's in the replies with the little eyeballs there.
Yep. She wants them all. Mercedes is going to retain the TBS championship. Should be a good tag team match tomorrow with her and Athena, and then Alex Windsor and Tony Storm. Kyle Fletcher, he will defend the TNT championship against Hiromu Takahashi. Who do you got here, Jason?
I have Kyle Fletcher.
Again, should be a good match, right? I mean, it is what it is. Kyle Fletcher is going to.
If you're going to have a Forbidden Door show, you got to have some Forbidden Door matches, even though they're very predictable. So
yes,
this is what they came up with.
What else do we got here? Copeland-Christian versus Kip Sabian and Nick Wayne. I'm actually the way what I think. I'm going to give you 2 options here. One, I think Copeland-Christian will win. 2, I think Sabian and Nick Wayne should win. I'm going to go Kip Sabian and Nick Wayne just to be different here.
All right. I think Copeland and Christian get the win.
There you go.
And the main reason I say that is if they are going to do a tag team title match at All Out, it really wouldn't make a lot of sense for them to lose here and then get a tag team championship match.
Yes. And then the main event, or what we think will be the main event. We don't know if it's going to be the unsanctioned match or not. Adam Page versus MJF, AEW World Championship on the line. MJF was goaded into using his Casino Gauntlet contract for this match. I don't know, man. If there was one thing I would have done, I would have, and we could still very well get that because we don't know if he's actually signed the contract or not, or how they play that into this match or not. But we're getting a main event one way or another. It is way too soon for Paige to lose the championship. Though if it went to MJF, I would not cry about it.
No.
I don't know what their vision is for this. All I've been saying for months is I do think that we'll get MJF kind of costing the Hurt Syndicate the match on Sunday. I think that is going to lead us to MJF and Bobby Lashley at All Out. I do think Bobby Lashley kind of rears his head here and costs MJF the championship tit for tat. You did it to me, I'm going to do it to you. I think that's the way Paige retains the championship. And nothing else really makes sense to me.
So, two things. I think that Hangman is going to retain. And I think that the simplest way that this goes is that Mark Briscoe gets involved. When MJF looks like he's about to cheat, maybe use the Dynamite Diamond Ring, there's a ref bump, Mark Briscoe shows up and he stops MJF from cheating. And then Hangman goes on to win the match. And then they probably go on and do a big blow-off match between MJF and Mark Briscoe. I don't know if that's an all-out match or a TV match, whatever, it doesn't matter. So that to me would be like the simplest way to go with this. But I was thinking, like, are we sure that MJF has really been kicked out of the Hurt Syndicate?
That was the question I wanted to ask you because Jesse has been saying that on Wednesday. He thinks, and he said this for the last couple of weeks, what if MJF and the Hurt Syndicate are making a really elaborate ploy to think he's out, but he's not, and then they end up helping him win the world championship?
I think it's a very real possibility.
Okay. Again, I would not mind that.
Yeah, which is why in either of these scenarios, I don't think MJF will cost the Hurt Syndicate in their tag team title match. And so, again, you either go with what would probably be the predictable, very easy way to go, with Mark Briscoe stopping MJF from cheating. Hangman wins. The contract has been wasted now. It's been blown. And we go from there. Or it's all just an elaborate hoax. And we get the Hurt Syndicate helping MJF, and they're all celebrating, and we have a new world champion, and Hangman goes right back into chase mode for the title. Now, again, when you think about this kind of stuff, it is kind of goofy because why would they even need to go through this whole charade of pretending that he's out when he's really not? Like, they could just show up and help him win, right? You don't really, but that's the pro wrestling element. It's like the Seth Rollins thing. Why did he have to fake an injury going into SummerSlam? You know what I mean? Like, If you really break it down and think about it, is it necessary? Does it make sense? Not really, but they want to go for the shock factor. That would be a big swerve that they could do at the end of the show. And then we have a new world champion. So at least one of your contract holders actually gets to cash in successfully.
Yeah, but then they have to tell the story about what exactly? Bobby Lashley kicking MJF out again because he feels like he is the world champion and he kind of has more power in the Hurt Syndicate than the rest of them do, and then they eventually get jealous of him.
Well, eventually there would be a jealousy. Eventually he will be kicked out of the Hurt Syndicate.
Yeah.
It just would be further down the line because, and it could very well be that he is kicked out and it was just that quick. But if you think about it, like the way he was excommunicated so quickly from this group, it's a waste of the entire storyline. Like it just happened, like it was dropped. And I know that report came out that said there was a certain someone in the Hurt Syndicate that wanted him out, and it was an MVP. Gee, I wonder who that could be. So maybe there was politics being played, and he really is out of the group. But I'm just saying, like there's at least a decent chance that this is all part of some elaborate hoax. And if they're going to close the show with this as the main event, and you want to, kind of go off the air with some big storyline twist, that would be about the biggest thing they could do. All that being said, I'm sticking with Hangman for the win, and Mark Briscoe gets involved.
All right, we'll see what happens. All in all, you how much are on a scale of 1 to 10? How much are you excited about Forbidden Door on Sunday?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably go 6.
All right, you're higher than me then. 4.
Okay.
Well, there you go, folks.
Part of it is, again, the crowd.
Yeah.
Tony and Athena, I'm looking forward to that match. Even Hangman MJF,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. So, I mean, there's there's stuff on the card to be excited about, but I would say 6 out of 10.
You know what I'm excited about? The O2 singing Alter Bridge when Copeland comes out, because the Alter Bridge has sold out the O2 many a times, and they got an incredible live album from the O2 with an orchestra. So them singing Metalingus 19,000 Deep, man, it should be good.
It'll be very different than it was for his match with Stokely on Dynamite the other night.
What, in front of 1,500 fucking people?
Well, it just sort of petered out there. It kind of died, you know?
Yeah, they didn't know the lyrics too good, man. It was kind of embarrassing. Before we get to the super chat, I got a little bit of a game. We're going to do a little round robin yes or no type of deal here. On the sound off, Jason had a topic of protected finishers, and he mentioned a couple, and I think, what did you say, bro? You said that there wasn't really many that was protected nowadays?
I said nowadays there really aren't that many wrestling finishing moves that are truly protected, where people rarely, if ever, kick out of them. And I cited the brogue kick from Sheamus.
That's a good one.
As one. And I mean, I guess he's not there anymore, but when he was, the end of days from Baron Corbin was a very protected. I only remember it being kicked out of. I know Drew McIntyre did at WrestleMania. That may be one of the only times I can remember that move being kicked out of.
Yeah. That's at the top of my list here. We're gonna run through some. I had come up with a couple of finishers here, past and present, that Jason is going to say yes or no to it being protected or not. So end of days is on the list. That's obviously one of the very few that was, and it's my favorite finisher of the modern era. I thought that was a great move. Roman Reigns spear, protected or not?
Not. Because everybody does it.
Okay.
And I mean, we see when Roman does it, I mean, how often does it only take one?
Yes. I think Braun Breaker's spear will eventually become the one that is protected for sure. Randy Orton, RKO, protected or not?
Yes.
Okay, I agree. Styles Clash, AJ Styles.
No.
Really?
Not protected enough. No.
Okay.
It should be protected more.
All right. This is an easy one. One Winged Angel.
Yes.
Okay. The F5 by Brock Lesnar.
Yes.
Claymore kick.
Yes.
I don't know why. I don't know why I put this one on there. Crossroads.
No. So it's a minimum of 3 for him to win his fucking matches.
Or a super crossroads off the top rope. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Paradigm Shift from John Moxley.
No.
Here's one. This one I believe is protected. I'm curious to see what you say. The Black Arrow by Pac.
Yes.
There you go. Okay.
Yes, that is, and it's one of the best finishers too.
Yes. Buckshot Lariat, Adam Page.
Yes.
Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada.
Yes. In AEW of late, yes, it is actually.
Has anyone kicked out of the Rainmaker that you know of?
Yeah, of course. Many people.
Okay.
Kenny Omega has.
Okay. GTS, Kenta.
I'm going to say yes, but I don't know. I haven't seen too many Kenta matches recently where he's hit it to tell you how often it's protected now. I mean, back in the day it was, yes.
Okay. The Meltzer Driver from the Young Bucks.
No.
Burning Hammer, Kenta Kobashi.
Yes.
Hell's Gate, Undertaker.
Yes.
Tombstone, Undertaker Kane version. I'm not talking about modern day tombs. Everybody does a fucking tombstone now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shawn Michaels, Sweet Chin Music.
Yes.
Those are the only ones that I had come up with. And it was very difficult to come up with any more than those.
Well, I mean, you could Stone Cold Stunner.
Stone
is
Cold
an
Stunner,
obvious
yeah,
one.
Yeah. I like
the Hogan leg drop.
Leg drop. Yeah, those. I mean,
those
those are. I didn't put them on there because they're just so obvious. The bro kick was definitely one that's still today.
Well, you know what? I'll throw one more in there because I think it's pretty protected. The Black Mass for Aleister Black.
Yes, I think one person kicked out of that. Who was it? Was it an NXT?
AEW? Oh, an NXT. God, the way they used to kick out of moves, it was probably Adam Cole or Johnny Gargano.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's a good one. Man, that went nowhere in AEW. That's a shame. Anyway, that was some of the names that, or some of the moves that I came up with. So you guys can have fun with that. If you guys have any more, you could obviously leave it in the comment section below if you want to add to some that I did not mention here. So there you go.
Yeah, somebody mentioned the pedigree in the chat. I don't consider it to be certainly not as protected as it used to be.
You want to start going back? Batista Bomb, the Perfect Plex. Perfect Plex is a good one.
Yeah, I mean, if you were Hogan or Warrior, you kicked out of it, but everybody else, it was pretty protected.
The Razor's Edge from Razor Ramon, yeah.
Yes. That kills me now when I see it just being used as just another move.
Yes.
But,
the tsunamis. How about the tsunami nowadays? That's a protected one, right?
Yeah. Nowadays.
Yeah, you guys can have fun with that, man. That's a nice topic. Super chats, they are open. Get them on in. We're going to read through you and what you got here in just a little bit. Hit that thumbs up. We need another 100 likes for 1,000. It's usually what we do every single week. So if you guys are in the chat, have not done so, please do so. And if you guys want to follow us on social media, everything you need linked down below. Jason's YouTube channel is Twitter. And then obviously you guys know where to find me. Everything you need is linked down below in the description of this video. We're going to start at the top here. Michael Krause with a 2. JD Jason. Talks of Raquel Rodriguez for the Women's Championship. No. The vacant women title for Raquel Rodriguez. No. Also, he says, TNT, let's go. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, man. Yeah, someone mentioned that Christopher says Jake Roberts' version of the DDT.
Yes. One of my all-time favorite moves back in the day.
Diamond cutter. Mm-hmm.
Hardcore Kevin with a 5. Yo, JD Solo, thank you for a banger TNT today. I was thinking, since you don't stream on Sundays, sometimes you should do a reading the Bible stream. No.
JD doing a reading the Bible stream?
That would be entertaining, I'll tell you that. I'll make it entertaining.
I don't know, man. I think you may end up burning up.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Hardcore Kevin, thank you, brother. DJ55 with a 4.99. Hey, JD Solo. Took my oldest son to the re-release of the 90s Turtles movie. Grew up in the 90s Turtle Mania era. Either of you Turtle fans? Donnie for life, of course.
Of course. And that movie is a favorite of mine. It's a dark movie. It's definitely a grittier, darker version of the Turtles than any of the other movies that have come out.
I am a Michelangelo guy, and I don't know. I would love to go watch it in the theaters again. I haven't watched it in forever, but I did like the dark vibe to it, and I know we talked about this maybe last week. The second movie was really good, but it was more of a cartoonish vibe, which I didn't mind, but it fit the theme of the movie, and that Vanilla Ice segment is an all-time classic.
Ninja Rap.
Yeah,
Ninja Rap.
It's a great fucking scene. DJ, thank you, brother. Tone C with a 5. Why was the jewel thief arrested while camping? It was criminal intent. Tone C getting in on the comedy action. Thank you.
Intent. Bro. Get it?
Yes, intent. Yes.
Yeah, I forgot. Robbie says, remember Sheamus in the latest live-action Turtles movie. God, I forgot he was in that. What was he? Rocksteady or Bebop or...
Was he? I didn't see any of that.
I think he was. Yeah, I think he played either Rocksteady or Bebop. Let me see.
Speaking of Jewel, Tonesy, you just reminded me. Did you hear that WWE might not be doing the Crown Jewel stuff this year with the titles that they did in Saudi Arabia last year for Perth?
They shouldn't.
They should not, yes.
No, I would hope that they don't. And that way, Rhea could get her title match. They could do it on the actual Crown Jewel show. If that's what they're going to do. But yeah, Sheamus played Rocksteady in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows.
I did not see that. Drew Gilmore with 36 months. What's up, buddy? My birthday was this past Saturday, but the month is far from over. Still celebrating and enjoying TNT. Cheers to 38. Hashtag not yet 40. Hashtag OTS for life. Well, happy birthday, brother. I hope you are very well, and I hope to make my way down to your parts very soon.
His parts?
Orlando.
I see.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday, Drew. Thank you, man. This fucking guy, man.
Sidro's rubbing off on me. I fucking blame this guy over here. He's corrupting me.
Oh, man. I'm corrupting you? No, I'm not corrupting you.
No, Sidro.
Oh, okay.
Sidro.
Okay. Oh, we get some scragglers in the chat. Your Soul Monster exposes JD every week on TNT. What is he doing to expose me? I'm me. He's him. We are very good together. That's why you're here. STS with a 50 bomb. JD and Solo had a rough first half of 25. Liver issues, lost job, lost my girl, finally employed again and got my strength back. Life ain't looking so bleak anymore. You two will never know how your voices helped carry me through hell. Thanks forever, says STS. Wow.
It's heavy stuff.
Yeah, I listen, man. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you and lower the music for a little bit. Sometimes those comments kind of hit me a little harder than normal. I don't really know how to react to something like that. I'm eternally grateful to you guys because you give back to me the same way that you say I give back to you. So it works both ways. But those comments mean more to me than any donation amount in the super chats, guys. So STS, I'm glad that you're coming through all that, man. That's some heavy shit. And we will always be here for you, man. We're not going anywhere. So thank you for all the support. Vulcan, 280 with a $20 super chat. JD, I have a bone to pick with you. Uh-oh. When you are driving in your stream car, you don't wear a seatbelt. Can you please put one on so you don't go all stone cold out of your windshield? Thank you and praise Stephanie Vicaire. I don't know. Jason was in the virtual dark horse not too long ago. You didn't say anything about him not wearing a seatbelt.
It's true. It's true. The only reason was because he has no seatbelt in the car, so I was unable to wear one.
I will take it up with Deviate Designs, man. I'll have them add a seatbelt.
Pretty sure that's illegal.
Yeah. Thank you, Vulcan. I appreciate you, brother. Speaking of, I have to take the dark horse out, man. I've taken the dark horse out twice this summer. It's not enough. Nate with a 5. Congrats. I guess Big Jim didn't proceed with caution. Yes. How many times have I heard that in the last 24 hours? But they got some work to do with the bloodline. Seems to have a minimum of 6 kids. Glad Dirt Sheets didn't leak it. Yeah, Sap put out a nice quote yesterday saying that even if he did have privy to information on that, he wouldn't have put it out. So that's good on him. And nor should anybody, honestly. Let them celebrate that moment. Let them make that announcement. Captain Solo with a 2. The Deadpool and Wolverine of the IWC. JD and Solo. Oh, okay. Who's Wolverine? I guess me because I got the facial hair.
Well, I was going to say I'd rather be Wolverine personally.
Oh, all right. I could be Deadpool.
But, yeah.
Fine. Xeno Zero with a 20. Solo, I've received word. There is heat or a heat-seeking missile headed straight for your helmet. Quick. Describe the ruthless aggression era in 3 words. Also, JD, will next year finally be Sami Zayn's year? He deserves it. I hope so. I'm sticking to my guns. He wins the Rumble and he gets Rollins at WrestleMania. Even though he's on SmackDown, it doesn't really matter. He could always win the Rumble and go to the other brand. 3 words, bro. How do you describe the ruthless aggression era in 3 words?
3 words, ruthless aggression era. When I think ruthless aggression era, I think I'll give you names because that's honestly the first thing that comes to mind. Cena.
Yep.
Lesnar.
Yep.
Angle.
Okay, those are the 3. Those are the same 3 I gave on Monday. There you go. Captain Solid a 5. I would have liked to see Ace Austin go to NXT. I think he will get lost in the shuffle in AEW, just like most that go there. Like Jason said, Solo, I think he is a tag team guy. I would not be surprised if he ends up in the Bang Bang Gang, honestly. Jay White's going to be out for the rest of the year. I could see him teaming with Juice. We'll see what happens with that. Matt's Tube of You with a 5. I want to see a remake of Alien from the Cat's POV. Speaking of which, bro, I started watching Alien Earth from that website you gave me. That is a very good show. It airs on FX. I watched. There's only 2 episodes, but episode 2 really got fucking crazy. Lots of glimpses of the alien, and I think it's quite entertaining so far.
Now, do I need to go back and just rewatch the original before I dive into this?
No. You could start from Alien Earth episode 1 and get the premise of the show, and then go into episode 2. You won't miss a beat. It's a prequel before the first one, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. Matt, thank you, brother. Michelle with a 2. Do we get Seth Punk at WrestleMania with Punk going over? Either that or Sammy. And yes. Mm-hmm. Or we could get Punk and Cody. We don't know yet. Could be Cody Punk. Could be Cody Randy. We don't know. Too early yet. Jedi Joke with a 5. Off topic of horror stuff. Have you guys seen American Horror Story? I've seen the first 2 seasons, but I'm rewatching it now and it's pretty good. I watched the season where it was like there was nuns, evil nuns. I forgot the season or what it was called, but it was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I watched, I think, the first season. I didn't watch, I didn't dislike it, but I just don't think I watched anything after that.
Yeah. Leopoldo with a 5. Guys, remember Old Yeller? How the hell did they show that to us as kids? More like Old Yeller's Exorcist. The VHS cover made you think it was Lassie. LOL.
Well, I mean, how did they kill Bambi's mother in Bambi as a kid? I mean, that's pretty traumatizing all by itself.
Yeah, I can't take pets or animals dying in movies, bro. It's just not for me. Joker's voice with a 5. Hail JD.
You never saw John Wick?
I did. I saw all 4 of them. I hated it. I hated the fact that the dog fight.
I know of that because people have talked about like that was like the worst thing, but yeah. I still haven't seen them.
Yeah, fuck that. Can't stand that. I still watch all of them because I just love the way they were shot.
Yeah.
Hail JD Solo says Joker's voice. NOTS Stephanie is guaranteed a title match in Paris. What about Steph versus Tiffany? Drinking Jameson and ginger ice cold. Love it. Always a great drink. No. Tiffany and Julia may be teased. I don't know if Julia is going to be on television. I don't know when she will be. She's the U.S. champion. She has one show out of the last maybe 4 or 5. But Tiffany and Nia does not excite anybody, bro. And neither does Tiffany to rematch with Jade. So, I don't know. Like Jason said, the SmackDown women's division right now is, I don't want to use deplorable, but it's the first word that came to mind. Yeah, it's dire, yeah.
It's dire, and the quicker they can get back Bianca Belair, the better off they'll be.
Yeah. Michelle with a 2. If we get Darby Mox, who should go over and why? Darby. Why? Because I'm just tired of Moxley and the Death Riders running around. Boss Top with a 199. Raw and SmackDown are premium house shows. Feels like it. Raw may be taking an earlier time slot. You see this? 6 p.m., 6:30?
I talked about that on the stream yesterday. Some of the ticket holders for the shows next month were told that the I guess the door opening time is an hour earlier, and so people, it's just a rumor right now, but the rumor is that because maybe Monday Night Football starting back up, Raw could potentially be starting an hour earlier starting next month, but I haven't seen that confirmed anywhere, but there's some smoke to the fire, so we'll see. I mean, maybe a 7 o'clock start time instead of 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I could. That's actually a smart move by them. Street Fighter with a 5. The Vision's mission statement is take away the vision from the product. Yeah. There is no vision on Monday night or Friday night. It's worse on Friday. Apparently, the director of Street Fighter teased a shadow picture of Cody. You saw him with some camouflage on his pants, and then you saw in the shadow his Guile hairstyle. So we may be getting Cody off television for that very reason for the next couple of weeks.
Well, they haven't announced the title match for him and Drew at Clash in Paris. So now that we know he's filming, he may not be on that show. Roman is supposed to be filming his role from, I think, September 2nd to September 26th. So he'll basically be gone the entire month of September. And
that match is confirmed, right? Him and Reed at Clash of Paris? It was insinuated last night.
Well, we didn't get a Tony Khan-esque graphic at the end of Raw, but yes, I think Roman said, Paris, and then Reed was like, I'm okay with that.
All right.
And he said, I'm going to steal your shoes again.
All right. I'm okay with it, too. Toy A Nice with it, too. Hey, JD Solo, what's your favorite WWE/F debut?
Kane.
Oh. Yeah, Kane, yeah. Yeah, Hell in a Cell. Absolutely. Best in the world, Matt with a $10 super chat. I think TKO has promised Saudi Arabia a big viral moment at the Royal Rumble next year. I think that Saudi Arabia has paid them more for this. I could be wrong, but business is business. What would that viral moment be?
Yeah, I don't think they're making these deals and promising viral moments. So I don't know. I mean, there may be a viral moment, but I don't know that anything has been promised to them in that regard.
And if you're insinuating off of what we talked about with Jericho and him showing up in the Rumble, he's not a viral moment. No. Street Fighter with a 5. Rumor has it Undertaker helped book the Copa match. I could see that. With the Omos inclusion there, I could see that, yeah.
I mean, Undertaker is the one who once told Omos that he was basically like the second coming of Andre the Giant. So
yes, he did say that.
Obviously thinks highly of him.
Kratos says in the chat, WrestleDream is doing 5 or more seat package deals for $50, and general admission is $38. See, that's where they are the alternative, Kratos. That's where they need to really push the narrative there, but from what I hear, the promotion for their product is not very good. Michael Sanchez with a $9.99. Pair Omos and Obafemi in Oba's main roster run. No, Obafemi doesn't.
I mean, why would you take an Obafemi who's a monster on his own and make him look small by putting him next to Omos? Like, why would you do that?
I like Jason's idea of him in the Judgment Day. I think that works out.
Yeah, I think that could work.
Michael Reed with a 5. What's up, TNT? Hot take. Women's roster seems to have better storylines and in-ring performers than the men's roster. All WWE, NXT, SmackDown, and Raw. Thoughts? I absolutely agree, and I don't even think that's a hot take. Especially on the Raw side.
I don't know what makes that such a hot take. It seems pretty obvious right now.
Matt Fisher with a $4.99. The TV is worse than my parents' marriage, and they are divorced. Wow.
Dark.
Yes. Sidro with a $2 super chat. Why do French eat snails? They don't like fast food. Ever had escargot, bro?
No. I've never had sushi.
Really? Okay.
Never.
I've never had fish sushi. I've had vegetable sushi. I won't eat fish. Edward with a $1.99. What's Obafemi's ceiling? PLE main event potential? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Abibi with a 20. Hi, guys. It may be bye, guys, in a little bit. Why must TK always allow challenger to Tony Storm's title look goofy? No one takes any of Tony's opponents seriously after feuding with her. They are afterthoughts. Athena's Collision promo comes to mind. Do you feel that way about Tony Storm?
No, I don't.
Tony's challenger looked goofy. Did Mercedes look goofy? I don't think so.
No, I don't think she looked goofy.
No.
I don't think Mariah may look goofy either.
No. Citro with a 5. Telling people benefits of eating dried grapes. It's about raising awareness. And I had a dream I was swimming in orange soda. Realized it was just a fantasy. Not off to a hot start here, Sidra. Sidra with a 10. What qualified the Duck to teach humor classes? He was a wisecracker.
He's physically hurt. Painful.
Who?
These jokes.
Oh, these jokes. I thought you were talking about someone else.
What'd you think I was talking about?
I thought you were talking about Sidra. I thought he was injured or something.
Oh, no.
Maybe fell off a bike or something. Maybe
I hope he's doing well. I mean, obviously he had a very serious issue a few months ago, so I would hope he's doing okay.
He also says, I didn't know Sylvester Stallone is on his 3rd marriage. I guess his first one was Rocky.
Oh, I before you even said it.
And his second one was Rocky 2. The second hook got him, Sidro. The second hook got him.
Oh, man.
Sidro with a 5. I recently opened a company selling trampolines disguised as prayer mats. Profits are going through the roof. PSJD got to hear my new beat on SoundCloud. I think you heard it, right? It was good?
I did. Yeah, it was good.
Okay. Philluminati with a 5. If I'm Shahid, I wouldn't be funding my kid's project for much longer. Where are the gains? Or is Tony all in the red? I am not Tony's financial advisor, bro. I don't think he really needs one, man. I think he's got more money than fucking 18 lifetimes. So he's gonna do what he wants with the money. He's gonna run AEW until he doesn't want to anymore. That's basically what it boils down to. And are they profitable? No, I don't think they're profitable. Hollywood guy with a $5 super chat. Where's Britt Baker, Thunder Rosa, Keith Lee, and many more? They need to follow Jericho and show up in WWE. Listen, WWE can't take everybody back, bro. Thunder Rosa is taking time off. She's on a sabbatical. She just wanted to clear her head. Keith Lee is ready to come back. He's waiting on creative. And Britt Baker's in Khantanamo Bay. She's not coming back. I doubt we see Britt Baker ever again.
Britt Baker, I saw on her Instagram, Britt Baker was walking down the beach and
Pierce looks good.
Living life.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Get paid and live life.
Yeah, living off Tony Khan's money. Hey,
he's got no problem paying Danhausen. Why not? Just take it, man. Whatever.
Worst ways to spend your time, I guess.
Jay Everington with a 5. Put the belt on Roxanne until Liv returns and costs her the title against Rhea. Stephanie wins the Rumble and faces Rhea at WrestleMania. You could do that. You could do that. It's going to be interesting to see what they come up with. I think whatever they do, we'll take it step by step. I think whatever they do in Paris is going to be a banger. Probably going to end up being the match tonight. MGM Ballin with a 45 months. Have you guys watched the American Pie movies? I just watched them last week. Wish I watched sooner. Also makes me wish I was a 90s kid rather than in the 2000s. American Pie was great. 1 and 2 were fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, it was the anniversary, I think, this week of one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in the theater before, which is Superbad.
That was a great movie, too.
That was a funny movie.
Every time that's on and I see it, I watch. Did you see that they are doing, I don't know if you've seen the advertisements for it, Married with Children Family Vacation on Hulu in December?
No, so there was some kind of cartoon. Is that what that is?
I don't know if it's a cartoon. New? It's the original cast getting back together, a family vacation. Al takes everybody on a family vacation to Hawaii.
So it's the original cast, yes. Like a live action.
Yes. It's not a sitcom. I think it's like a long kind of movie, like hour and a half.
Including Christina Applegate.
Yes,
because I thought she was pretty much.
She was on the poster.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to look into this. I did not know.
Ali with a 5. If Chris Jericho did come back to WWE, will he and CM Punk squash their differences that they had in AEW? Well, Jericho pitched to work with Punk after the entire issue with the Bucks. For what reason, I don't know. Personal gain, probably, but every time this is brought up in conversation, Punk had an issue with Triple H. That got resolved. They are a business. They're going to do what's best for the business. If Jericho ends up back there, he will do what's best for the business, and Punk will work with Jericho, and vice versa. And that's one of the few matches, if he does end up back there, I'd like to see. Captain Solo with a 5. Oh, man, hearing Judas play for Jericho on them speakers as he returns as an entrant in the Rumble would be absolutely sick. It would be. It would be. But you gotta treat it very carefully if he is going to be back, which right now is all just fans' speculation. Cornell Bryant.
So,
I'm sorry.
Before you move on, because I had to look into this.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that it's coming to Hulu.
That's what I saw. Hulu. Yeah.
Okay. A poster claiming a Married with Children reunion movie was in the works is making its rounds online. The rumors began when a Facebook user shared the artwork for the film. This was last month. The post detailed that a special movie event was set to drop on Hulu this December. And then it described the plot, noting the family had finally saved enough for a family trip to Oahu and Maui.
Yeah.
However, this is a fan-made poster. And no Married with Children movie is being produced.
Man, fuck social media, bro. Really. It looked, I swear to God, you see it there? You're looking at it, it looked legit, doesn't it?
It didn't even have the poster listed here. Maybe it was taken down. So
I saw it on Facebook. I mean, I can't take anything on Facebook seriously anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't know why you would.
No.
So.
I don't know how that would end up being. I mean, I guess on Hulu they maybe could get away with some things, but I mean, all the essence of the show in 2025, they won't even be allowed to do half of this shit and say half the shit they used to say.
Oh yeah, for sure. But pick up with Cornell's.
Yeah, Cornell. Jericho fears WWE infatuation with rap music. No.
Maybe Judas will put together a rap song. Their next big hit. Imagine Jericho doing some rap music.
No, I do not want to. I don't want to envision that even. No.
How awful would that be?
Best in the world, Matt, with a $5 super chat. Danhausen will be fine. He's out on the indies, hustling almost every weekend. More videos with Pepsi Phil will be coming. Hashtag Punkhausen. Good. I wish him nothing but the best. He's got me blocked on social media for whatever reason. I never said anything bad about him. Alex Ochoa with a $10 super chat. Jimmy literally screwed Naomi out of the title. LOL. 5 letters, 1 word. Skeet. Yes, that's another one I heard a lot of over the last 24 hours. Thank you, Alex. Hollywood guy with a 2. Could you guys see TNA going to the USA Network? No.
No. I mean, I don't know. Well, what is USA? Well, probably Law and Order. What do they air on Wednesday nights?
Bro, you think I watch USA Network anything on Outside Monday?
Well,
or Friday, rather? Never mind Monday. Friday?
Maybe somebody in the chat knows. But no, I don't. I'd be very surprised if they end up on USA.
Francis Loop with a 20 in Super Chat. What the hell is Harley Cameron doing ruining women's segments on Collision after their fatal 4-way? That should have been Willow making the save. Then you can have Willow and Stat face to face. Then the Stat interview should have been about Willow saving her and why Tekla and Sky Blue attacked her. But no, the Death Rider show rehashing that old thing with Stat, that's irrelevant. Brother, you are, first of all, thank you for the $20 Super Chat, brother. I appreciate you. Second, you're asking me and you're telling me these things as if I watch Collision. I had no recollection of any of this happening, bro. Really. I don't know. Did you have any recollection of this, Jason? No?
Well, I did see a backstage segment with Chris Statlander where Harley Cameron ran up and sort of not interfered, but she sort of interjected herself in there and kind of startled Statlander. And it was interesting because Statlander was, I've seen, it was circulating online recently. There was an old segment from months ago where Statlander ran into John Moxley. Yeah. Again, it was probably a Collision segment. And I think accidentally knocked her phone out of her hand. He picked her phone up and he just looked at her and stared at her for a while and then said something to the effect of like, don't let anybody, God, what did he say? Like, don't let anybody tell you whatever the advice was that he gave. And then they flash forward to a more recent segment where she was being interviewed by Renee and she was almost like parroting what Moxley had told her. So people are putting 2 and 2 together and wondering if maybe she'll end up in the Death Riders. Whatever's going on there is obviously playing out on the secondary show, not on the main show.
Sounds more interesting than any of the women's segments we're getting on Wednesday. I don't know why we don't get that on Wednesday. Francis, thank you, brother. Who is this? We have Elsa Kennybody, AEW, with a 199. Who has less aura than JC Mateo right now?
I would say probably Tonga.
You mean Tangaloa's got more aura, bro?
Oh, he's got all the aura.
Oh, my
Come
God.
on, man. It's the great Tongaloa. Could do no wrong.
Baltimore Jackson with a 199. Top 3 favorite movies all time. JD and Solo.
For me, The Dark Knight.
That's my number 2.
After that, I don't know how I would rank them because my first thought is to mention a movie like Heat.
Yeah,
is pretty high up on my list.
Yeah. I'll give you my 3 top here: Jaws, Dark Knight, and The Lord of the Rings.
Really, you liked it that much?
Lord of the Rings, I loved it. Yeah, all 6 of them.
I fell asleep during it.
I don't know, man. I'm a weirdo, man. I like that fantasy dragon shit. I don't know.
So you watch Game of Thrones?
I have not watched one episode. No.
Well, why not? It's got dragons and all the stuff that you probably like.
I was told to watch it. I got turned off by the people saying that it ended very poorly. Like, I didn't want to be disappointed.
Yeah, well, the last season probably, but like,
Yes.
What about the other seasons?
I don't know. I haven't brought myself to. I have to watch that in The Sopranos. I haven't watched The Sopranos yet either.
You've never watched The Sopranos?
Not one episode. My grandma loved that. I didn't watch it. No.
Oh boy.
No.
So yeah, Dark Knight. God, I love Halloween. I love Die Hard.
Terminator 2.
Yeah, I don't know about top 3, but yeah, T2 was awesome. God, I don't know. I don't know how I would rank them. I just know Dark Knight for me is my number 1. Where the other ones rank, though, is harder. I mean, my God, Goodfellas.
Goodfellas, Casino's another one.
I don't know. I don't know how I would rank the top 3, but Dark Knight is definitely my number 1.
All right, boss. Thank you, brother. You made him think. It's a very good question. Base Beers with a 2. What is your guys' opinion of Austin Aries? I don't really have one, honestly. He was good when I seen him live. I mean, we called matches of Austin Aries in House of Glory. I seen him wrestle for Impact. I went to a couple of Impact tapings here in New York. Very good, but I don't really have an opinion right now.
Yeah, I mean, first match that I ever got to call and do some commentary for was an Austin Aries Impact Championship Open Challenge in House of Glory. So,
who was that against? Cat Broadway?
Yes.
There you go. Baltimore Jackson with 199. Your favorite wrestling era, JD and Solo.
The golden era.
Yes, the golden era. Francis Loop with a 10. Get Harley Cameron off of Collision. Her chasing away Megan Bain, Tekla, and 3 other devalues Megan Bain and Tekla overall. Willow is feuding with them, and now you're involving Statlander. Brother.
He's very passionate about it.
I listen, man. Megan Bain, to me, is as fucking... I don't know, man. She's great. But what is she doing on Saturday, man? Does anybody care? No. They're waiting for women's tag team titles to be introduced to television. That's when everybody's going to get excited. Francis Lou with a 5. The story is still Stat and Willow, but instead of the Death Riders, it's with the Pentagram of Madness because they also attack Willow. Is that what they're called now? The Pentagram of Madness? I thought they were Triangle of Madness.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were. Did they change their name?
I don't know, man. Bid Moon with a 199. AAA is greater than AEW. No. Francis Luke with a 10. So now it's Willow, Stat, Queen Aminata, Tay Mello, and Anna Jay versus Megan Bain, Penelope Ford, Tekla, Sky Blue, and Julia Hart. That's your women's blood and guts match for the future. No rush on this. Bro, we're not getting a women's blood and guts match, bro. No. You're building the foundation for a women's tag team division, man. That's what you're doing. Francis Luke with a 5. Yeah.
I'm okay with there being no blood and guts match at all this year.
I agree wholeheartedly. He also says, remember when the Dangerous Alliance formed in November of 91? It took 6 months to get to War Games. You had great matches and great TV in between. Bro, nobody's watching where all of this goes down. That's the problem. Nobody's watching Collision. Nobody. Baltimore Jackson with a 199. I lost interest in AEW. It's a no for me. I don't blame you. Francis continues on here. To build it up, remember, Zbyszko and Arn Anderson broke Barry Windham's hand in the car door on WCW Saturday night. And Sting and Rude were already feuding over the U.S. title. Then Steamboat made his return. Tony Khan needs to follow the Dangerous Alliance versus Sting Squadron booking when booking the Pentagram of Madness versus the Happy Five.
I have to see if this is the official name now because this is the first I'm hearing of this Pentagram of Madness. Pentagram of Madness.
Dr. Scorpio with is it?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
It's the Triangle of Madness. He's just calling them.
Yes, the Triangle of Madness.
Yes. Dr. Scorpio 19 with a 5. Solo, would you agree that they should give the IWGP title to Evil? We both are big fans of Evil and the House of Torture. Cheers to you both.
No. No, they should not.
Street Fighter with a 5. I can't wait for Persephone's debut. Yeah, me too, man.
I certainly hope it's they got some good operating software out there.
I can't wait to give that one a call, bro.
Yeah, there's Persephone. Very exciting. I can't wait for the unveiling.
I can't wait to be canceled on social media because I mispronounced her name. I can't wait, bro. Best in the World Matt with a $5 super chat of TKO were to pull one of their top petty cards and buy New Japan from under Tony Khan. Tony would likely have a mental breakdown. Yeah, I mean, we could talk about it. In theory, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Francis Loop with a 5. Uh-oh. I hope TNA is watching your podcast about shopping for a TV rights deal. TNA wants to stay on Thursday night. It's WWE that wants TNA on Wednesdays. Bro, Carlos Silva is going to do whatever WWE asks. He's at the mercy of Nick Khan. And he also says WWE is the only one using Cena and Lesnar for counter programming. When Cena retires, is WWE going to rely on Lesnar for all the counter programming because Seth Rollins and Jey Uso won't cut the mustard? Bro, at this point, I don't think Lesnar cares, Cena cares, or WWE cares. Why do you care, man? It's going to happen one way or another, and it's going to continue to happen. Cool, bro, for the 199. No attitude adjustment mention. Laughing emoji. No. No. I've seen more attitude adjustments in matches this year than I really care to see. Matt Fisher with a 499. Do you want to see my John Cena tattoo? Well, you can't see it. If you have a John Cena tattoo, bro, I would question you greatly. Jedi Joke with a 5. Protected or not, Bray's Sister Abigail, Santino's Cobra, Darby's Coffin Drop, Kurt's Ankle Lock. Sister Abigail, yes or no?
Yes.
The Cobra.
I mean,
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, it's no comment.
No comment. Coffin Drop.
Yes.
And Kurt's Ankle Lock. I would say yes.
I would say no, because I feel like there were a lot of people who were countering out of it.
Thank you, Jedi. I appreciate you, bro. Alex with a 10. Brother JD and Solo, besides Nakamura versus Styles at WrestleMania 34, what other anticipated matches greatly disappointed both of you?
Brock Lesnar versus Bobby Lashley.
Yes, that's a good one. Thank you, Solo, for getting to that very late super chat from last night.
Very welcome.
Yeah, Nakamura and Styles was awful, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Francis Lubin.
Actually, they had a few matches after that were actually better, but I mean, there was a lot of anticipation around that WrestleMania match, and it just wasn't great.
Francis with a 10. If or not TNA moves to Wednesday, Tony Khan needs to change his creative. There's no reason why we need to see Jet Speed versus the Death Riders every week on both Dynamite and Collision. Get it off my TV.
Yeah, I'll give you. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if there is a head-to-head, I hope that Tony really kind of ups his game and they both make each other better. Because when Black and Gold was on in that early 2019 phase for AEW, Black and Gold was putting on some banger shows on Wednesday nights. Even though they were losing the ratings, those were some great shows.
To go back to the previous question, one match that I think was actually pretty disappointing for the expectations that people had for it, probably even at the time. Shawn Michaels and Mr. Perfect had a match at SummerSlam in 1993 that was not as good as you would think that it would be.
That's a good one. I just recently watched that back a couple of weeks ago. That whole show.
They had that up in the vault.
Yeah. Ricardo with a 5. Why is it that AEW just can't keep JD out of their mouths? I don't know. I haven't said much of anything, bro. I have been very quiet on social media lately. Very. I haven't cursed anybody out. I haven't argued with anybody. I'm minding my own business, man. Captain Solo with a 5. To each his own. But if Sami Zayn wins the Royal Rumble, I'm boycotting this year's WrestleMania straight up. And I think, JD, I think you would enjoy weapons. Yeah, I want to see it. What is with the Sami Zayn hate all of a sudden? I don't get it. Is it just me, or is it weird?
I don't know. I mean, there are just certain people who don't see him as somebody who should be in that top position. I don't know if it's just his appearance. I don't know if there's just something about him that just bothers them and they don't see him as just like a top guy who should be winning Royal Rumbles and headlining WrestleMania. I don't know, but there have been underdogs in the past who, have rallied the fans behind them, and Daniel Bryan's the biggest one, and he went on to win the main event of WrestleMania, and I think there's a story to be told there.
Yeah. Basico with a 2. Hey, JD and Brian, great stuff. Tapped in. Who the fuck is Brian?
I have no fucking idea. Who the hell is Brian? The fuck?
I don't know. Maybe you got the wrong show, bro. I don't know. Big Steve with the 199. Still celebrating my birthday, having a Jack and Coke. Nice.
Like your style, man. Good taste.
Daniel Malcolm with 14 months. Cheers to TNT. Thank you, Daniel. Cool, bro. 499. Not surprised with Triple H having same intro on Raw with same faction every week. Remember how we used to come out every week with the Authority? Bro, the show is boring. I don't know why they think it's good the way that it's formatted. It's not. Metalhead Forever with 41 months. Never missed an episode. Perfect job as always. TNT Forever. Thank you, Metalhead. Appreciate it, brother. Matt Fisher with the new membership. Thank you, Matt. Big Steve with the 199. Any word of Orange Cassidy when he is going to return? No. And honestly, I don't even realize he's gone, sadly. We got enough of Orange Cassidy. Something that was played out quite a bit. Duff's Vids with a 499. My girlfriend left me because she caught me in bed with pasta. I've been feeling cannelloni. Ryan Sully with a $50 Super Chat. Thank you, Ryan. Hey, JD Solo. CM Punk, the first dance on Rampage was 4 years ago today. I remember it like it was yesterday. What a night it was. Question for both of you. What was your favorite CM Punk match in AEW? Keep up the great work. You too. MJF dog collar.
Yeah, the dog collar match of Revolution.
Yeah.
And also one of the big moments of Wardlow's career.
Yes. That was such a great match. Great feud, too.
Yeah.
Best starter with a 5. I believe Solid Monster when he always tells us Hogan lies whenever his mouth is moving. So when Hogan said he was racist, I guess he was lying. Hope you're well, brother.
Very good.
Francis Live with a 5. First refusal for someone to buy TNA. So if the first offer is from Amazon, WWE can say no. But if TNA gets a second offer, WWE can refuse that too. I'm surprised that you think Amazon would have interest in TNA, bro. No.
Believe me. Believe me, they don't.
Matt Fisher with a 199. Jaws the Revenge and Batman Forever are the best. Bro, Jaws the Revenge is so bad it's good, and I end up watching it all the time. It's just so fucking illogical that a shark could dwell in those waters, and the fakeness of the shark was just laughable. And I enjoyed Batman Forever. I don't know. I did.
Is that the one with Jim Carrey
Yes.
and the mind control device?
Yes.
And what was it? Oh God.
It's just got that nostalgic childhood feel, man. I love it.
Yeah, but who's Two-Face again?
Tommy Lee Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Yes. He was a good Two-Face. Dr. Scorpio with a $5 Super Chat. I like Tony Storm just like I like to annoy Solomonster with terrible clock puns. They are timeless. Sorry. LOL. Isla with a 199. No Pop Crew. LWO, BFAB, Los Garza, Michin, Zelina, Rusev. Not going to be that way for Rusev on Clash in Paris. Hopefully he gets the right reaction. But yes, everybody else. Yeah. Cujo with the $2 Super Chat. Thanks to you and Cornette for keeping me in the know on AEW. Appreciate you. Thank you, Cujo. Yeah, Cornette just lost his graphics artist. I may be hitting him up soon. Maybe we'll do some work together. Havili with a 5. Solid Monster ranked Takahashi rivals. Okada, Naito, Nakamura, Goto, Omega, Suzuki in order.
Yeah. That's not happening. Lord, who sent that one in?
Havili sent it in, bro. Oh my God.
Is it Havili?
Let's take a rain check, Havili, on that one.
Havili, I'll get back to you on that.
Oh my God.
You got to pop up on my side of the aisle. Maybe I'll be able to answer it.
Spin Gucci with a 199. Cheers to JD and the Brian Monster. Yeah, apparently.
Changed my name.
Francis Live with a 5. But it will be CW's decision where they want to put TNA. WWE doesn't own CW. CW might want to put TNA on Thursday. Brother, they're going to land on whatever day WWE says they want to be on, bro. That's the way it's going to work. CW is very happy with WWE. They can do no wrong. It's the highest rated show on the network. Ricardo with a 5. Am I the only one who misses seeing 2019 through 2021 MJF? Thanks, TK. MJF is still great. I just think there's really no growth in AEW. So hopefully they know what they got him doing for the rest of the year, because I'm not really all that enthralled with MJF's body of work. Captain Solo with a 2. Protected or no? Hidden Blade and Austin Stunner. Hidden Blade, no. Austin Stunner, yes.
Yeah.
Tactical,
no and yes.
Yeah. Tactical dish soap. What do you call a can of soda wearing a pair of eyeglasses? A fantasy. You guys are ridiculous, man. Matt Fisher with a $4.99. He says, who wins? 93.
What is this?
Oh, my God. Who wins? Cujo with a $2 super chat. 93 Doink or 25 John Moxley? I'm going 93 Doink, bro.
Yeah, and I'd much rather see 93 Doink, too. It's a fucking great heel, 93 Doink.
Oh, my God. Matt Fisher with a $4.99. What does a clock do when it's hungry? It goes back 4 seconds. And Leopoldo with a 5. More protected finishers. Mandible Claw, 3D, KOD, and I don't think anyone actually kicked out of Oblivion yet. No, Oblivion's not protected, no. I'm not going to go.
People have definitely kicked out of Oblivion.
Team 3D with the 3D. I would say yes on that, yeah.
3D yes, KOD yes. Mandible Claw, no.
And Dr. Scorpio with a 2. All terrible jokes aside, appreciate both of you. Thank you, Dr. Scorpio.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate you. Thank you guys for a great stream, man. We killed it in Super Chats. We need another 36 likes for 1,000. So if you guys are in the chat, there's 2,200 of you. There should be no question about it. Hit that thumbs up. 1,000 likes at the goal. Thank you for a great stream, guys. Fucking killed it as always. Have a great time. This is my favorite time of the week here. And I'll leave it with this guy to sound us off for another great episode of 108 here on TNT.
Well, I'll just say this. I mean, you've got some homework to do with the Sopranos and Game of Thrones and all that. But
yes,
I gotta throw weapons in there. I think you'll enjoy it. It's a fun movie. It's got Josh Brolin in it, who is a good actor. I think you'll have fun with it, because one thing I will say is towards the end of the movie, there were a couple scenes where the entire theater was actually laughing their asses off.
Really? Okay. I thought I got a very scary vibe from it, but if you said it's a little comedic as well, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, I would say it's more creepy than scary.
Okay. I will definitely go check that out. I want to see it. Thank you guys very much for all of your support. We will see you right back here, man. We got a lot to talk about next week, as we got Forbidden Door on Sunday. Probably be here for 8 hours talking about Forbidden Door on Sunday, but we'll go over it all on next Tuesday's show.
Now we got Francis.
I got Francis again. 5. If Jericho does return WWE, I would like to see the lexicon of the Le Champion. No. Just give me fucking Painmaker and call it a day, okay? I'll see you guys next week. Thank you for a great episode right here on episode 108. See you guys later.